Chapter 3252. Defeated in one move, crushing everything in its path. Who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant fossil sex envoy would be defeated in one move by Jiang Chen? It was simply unbelievable. Just how strong was Jiang Chen when he was still alive? Zhang Tingxiu couldn't even withstand a single attack from him. The great Tao was simple, one palm smashing the sky. Terrifying ripples appeared in the surrounding void in an instant. The crowd within 100 feet all retreated as they were shocked by the power of Jiang Chen's palm. Zhang Tingxiu, who bore the brunt of it, was even more so. The impact she received was simply unimaginable. Wang Fengqi was stunned, Jun Luohua was stunned. Even the strongest Bai Wenliang was completely stunned. They had thought of countless ways to end the battle, but they never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to conquer the world with just one palm. It was a resounding slap to everyone's face. Even Bai Wenliang did not expect the ending to be like this. Although he knew that his master was very strong, he did not expect it to be this strong. Wang Fengqi's view of his master was constantly changing. His master's strength was already strong enough in his eyes, but he still could not understand how he could defeat Zhang Tingxiu in one move. How many means and abilities did he need to do that? Wang Fengqi suddenly felt that his master had become incomparably tall and majestic. He knew that his master was definitely stronger than anyone else here. The only one who could be compared to him was probably the Lord of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, who was as steady as Mount Tai. The one who felt the most aggrieved was Zhang Tingxiu. He originally planned to make the fossil sect proud, but who would have thought that he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face? If this matter were to spread, wouldn't he be laughed at? When he returned to the fossil sect, he must not let his senior and junior brothers know about this. Otherwise, he would really be too ashamed to continue living in this world. Was Zhang Tingxiu weak? That was impossible. The fossil sex envoy was a late hierarch realm expert. His strength was unquestionable. Moreover, he must be a true expert to be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility by the fossil sect. Even an ordinary peak hierarch realm expert might not be stronger than Zhang Tingxiu. He still had this bit of confidence, but he was so weak in the hands of Jiang Chen. Bai Wenliang asked himself. Even he might not be able to defeat Zhang Tingxiu in one move. Wasn't this guy too terrifying? His strength was clearly inferior to his own, yet he possessed such shocking explosive power, causing everyone's expressions to change. It was to the extent where a huge uproar broke out. This wasn't a coincidence. Jiang Chen's strength left Zhang Tingxiu completely dumbfounded. She had been knocked back by Jiang Chen with a single palm and was severely wounded. What face would she have left? How could her fossil sect maintain its foothold? Zhang Tingxiu held it in for a long time, but in the end, he still couldn't hold it in. He spat out a mouthful of blood, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This move had caused Zhang Tingxiu to completely lose his combat strength. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were cloudy. Zhang Tingxiu had already done his best, but he was still defeated by Jiang Chen in a single move. To him, this was the greatest humiliation of his life, a great mockery. At this moment, even he himself felt ashamed. What a strong fellow. It seems that we've all misjudged him. Who said it wasn't? He defeated Zhang Tingxiu in a single move. I'm afraid that only the sect master of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, can suppress this fellow. The fossil sex envoy was forced back by a single palm. Interesting. It seems that this time, none of them will retreat, nor will they give in. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen's figure didn't change at all. He retracted his hand and stood there. Wang Fengqi was simply dumbfounded. Wasn't his master too godly? This move was simply enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. What kind of palm was it to be able to instantly defeat Zhang Tingxiu, to the point where he didn't even have the courage to attack again? Moreover, he was madly spurting out blood and was seriously injured. At this moment, the fossil sex face had been completely thrown away by Zhang Tingxiu, and he himself had sunk into silence. To Jiang Chen, this move was relatively simple. However, when it hit Zhang Tingxiu, he was filled with despair. Jiang Chen only used 50% of his strength in this palm. If he used 70% to 80%, Zhang Tingxiu would already be dead at this moment. Jiang Chen still wanted to enter the fossil sect, so he didn't need to kill Zhang Tingxiu. If he killed him, the fossil sect would more or less feel resentment towards him. Hence, Jiang Chen gave him a heavy blow, making him unable to stand up again, so that he could still fight. Sect Master Bai, it's all up to you now. My senior brother has yet to return. Please help me to capture this fiend. I, Zhang Tingxiu, will surely be grateful. Zhang Tingxiu said in a deep voice. Now, he could only place his hopes on Bai Wenliang because Bai Wenliang was the strongest among the people present. He was a half-step divine emperor. Capturing Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake. Bai Wenliang also nodded silently. He knew that befriending Zhang Tingxiu was the same as befriending the fossil sect. In the future, he would surely be able to gain some benefits from the fossil sect. So why not? Jiang Chen was only a peak hierarch. How could he be his opponent? Taking action against Jiang Chen at this time would leave a good impression on Zhang Tingxiu. This deal was really worth it for Bai Wenliang. However, to Bai Wenliang, a real promise would make him feel more at ease. Brother Zhang, there are 4 genius disciples in my White Tiger sect. All of them are very talented. It's a pity that they are still young. Bai Wenliang transmitted his voice. No problem. Leave this matter to me. I hope Sect Master Bai will do your best to capture this fiend for me. Zhang Tingxiu glanced at Bai Wenliang. He's really a greedy person. He won't do anything without benefits. This request wasn't too much for him. Although it was a bit far-fetched, Zhang Tingxiu wanted to give Jiang Chen a heavy blow right now. Only by doing so could he regain his face. If not, he would lose all his face in this remote place. Zhang Tingxiu didn't know what to do. Bai Wenliang's eyes lit up. With Zhang Tingxiu's promise, he could deal with Jiang Chen without any scruples. After all, he had the strong backing of the petrified sect. He must not drop the ball at this time. Bai Wenliang's eyes lit up. Kid, you're too arrogant. Behaving atrociously in my White Tiger sect's territory. Looks like you're tired of living. You don't even put the fossil sect's envoy in your eyes. Interesting. Humph. Let me give you a good lesson today. Bai Wenliang harumphed coldly and strode towards Jiang Chen like a meteor. Terrifying waves of air rolled out. The attack of a half-step divine emperor made everyone's countenance fall. They might not even have the chance to witness such an expert's attack in their lifetime. Of course, they would not dare to miss out a single bit of it. A half-step divine emperor's power was unparalleled. This battle was bound to be earth-shattering. Chapter 3253. Looks like this guy won't give up until he sees his coffin. Now, even the master of the White Tiger sect has joined the fight. He's definitely going to die. Ha ha ha, this guy invited by the Wang family is too arrogant. He has offended the Fossil sect and the White Tiger sect. How can he have a good life? Plus, this is not just a 100-sect conference. How can the Wang family establish themselves in the folded Dragon County in the future? What a failure. Are the heads of the Wang clan's people squeezed by the door? Now that the master of the White Tiger sect has joined the fight, it should be easy. Jiang Chen was the one who was the least optimistic. Even Wang Fengqi was holding his breath at this moment. Could his master really fight against the master of the White Tiger sect who was at the half-step divine emperor realm? In his memory, the master of the White Tiger sect was the strongest existence in the entire folded Dragon County. Other than him, it would be the Jun duo of the Jun family. However, the Jun duo obviously did not show up. In Wang Fengqi's knowledge, the half-step divine emperor realm was an unattainable existence. It was a kind of loneliness of being invincible. His master's strength should not have reached the half-step divine emperor realm. His master would probably lose this battle and he might even lose his life. Wang Fengqi took a deep breath. He knew that his master wouldn't be able to take this lying down. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. This battle would most likely cause his master to be consigned to eternal damnation. His death wouldn't be regretted, but his master would be trapped because of him. This made his heart filled with shame. Everyone was watching this scene. Jiang Chen was still standing there without moving an inch. Bai Wenliang's aura was ferocious. It was more than 10 times stronger than Zhang Tingxiu. Such a terrifying impact had shocked everyone. They sighed in their hearts. A half-step divine emperor is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen will definitely die in this battle. Imminent peril. Between life and death, a single thought is eternal. Wang Fengqi clenched his teeth and dashed toward Jiang Chen. He wanted to stand in front of his master and block this attack for his master. This was all because of him. and he would never let his master become a scapegoat. Even if he had to die, he wanted to walk in front of his master and complete the final ceremony for his master. Brother Qi. Feng Yan cried out in surprise. No one had expected that Wang Fengqi would actually stand in front of Jiang Chen. Furthermore, no one had seen that scene at all. Bai Wenliang did not even expect that Wang Fengqi would be so reckless and actually dare to stand in front of him. In that case, he would kill Wang Fengqi first. Anyway, both of them had to die. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, but a trace of gratitude flowed through his heart. It seemed that this guy was quite loyal. He actually wanted to help me block Bai Wenliang's earth-shattering attack at this time. If he blocked it, then Wang Fengqi would undoubtedly die. However, with Jiang Chen's current strength, how could he let Bai Wenliang have his way? 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's expression changed, and a terrifying seal was directly struck out. This caused Bai Wenliang's expression to change, and he was forced to retreat forcefully. The divine dragon's roar was deafening. At this moment, it completely became a terrifying scene. Bai Wenliang was forced to retreat by Jiang Chen. Although the outcome of the battle was still unclear, this move had saved Wang Fengqi and prevented him from being killed. Otherwise, he would definitely die. After a moment, the dragon's shadow dissipated. Wang Fengqi looked at this scene in disbelief. His master actually blocked the earth-shattering attack of the sect leader of White Tiger Sect. How was this possible? Master. I'm sorry, Wang Fengqi stammered. His expression was also extremely ugly, and he did not know what to say. Do you have so little confidence in your master? If I still need you to save me, wouldn't I be laughed at by others? Get lost, go to the side, and watch carefully. I will only use it once. Sword 1. The starting sword of the limitless sword. If you still can't comprehend it, I have nothing else to say. Jiang Chen said coldly. He had to admit that Wang Fengqi's action had touched him a little. Jiang Chen wasn't a man who would easily fall in love, but this silly guy had shown him that there was true love in this world. Not everyone was cold-blooded and heartless. Jiang Chen's words touched his heart. I will only use it once. Can that silly guy learn it? Ha ha, what a joke. Senior Bai, you must make this kid pay the price he deserves. He dared to behave atrociously in the White Tiger Sect, and disregarded the Fossil Sect. He deserves to die without a burial place. Jun Luohua said in a deep voice. He looked at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. Although I am not your opponent, the leader of the White Tiger Sect can kill you easily. Jiang Chen took a look at Jun Luohua. He did not even bother to lower himself to his level. He only used it once because the leader of the White Tiger Sect could only take one of his swords. Sword 1 was the starting sword of Jiang Chen's limitless sword. It was also the origin of the Great Path, a sword that turned complexity into simplicity. Although this sword looked simple, it included everything. Although it was not as strong as the 10th and 15th swords, it contained endless sword intent. You can actually take one of my attacks. It seems that I have underestimated you. This time, I will not give you any more chances. Bai Wenliang took a step forward. His aura was like that of a tiger. This time, he wanted to set an example for the White Tiger Sect. He wanted the Folded Dragon County to submit to him. Bai Wenliang's strength was the strongest in the Folded Dragon County. You don't have much time left, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Bai Wenliang let out a roar and charged forward. He held the 9-foot silver ring saber in his hand. The saber radiance shone brightly. His aura was ferocious, like a dragon or a tiger. The huge saber slashed horizontally. Along with Bai Wenliang's charge, it descended from the sky with the power to split the mountains and rivers. It was unstoppable. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. The tree branch in the distance was picked up by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reacted immediately. In an instant, the limitless sword swept out in the form of a tree branch. The sword qi broke the long saber. The shadow of the saber was invisible. The sword qi was unparalleled. It directly shattered all of Bai Wenliang's saber shadows. This sword seemed to have descended from the sky. Wang Fengqi was dumbfounded. The saber broke, the person fell, and his heart was shattered. Countless people around were shocked by this shocking sword intent. Bai Wenliang's aura was weak. His face was pale. Both of his hands were trembling. A half-step divine emperor was defeated by Jiang Chen in one strike. Moreover, His natal divine weapon was destroyed by a tree branch. How ironic! Everyone on the scene held their breath. No one dared to say a word. Everyone was extremely shocked. A half-step divine emperor was defeated by Jiang Chen in one strike. Moreover, his natal divine weapon was destroyed by a tree branch. How ironic! Everyone on the scene held their breath. No one dared to say a word. Everyone was extremely shocked. A half-step divine emperor could not even withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen? Never in his wildest dreams would Bai Wanliang have imagined that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. Just like Zhang Tingxiu, he had almost no power to fight back. Chapter 32-54. The bitterness and struggle made Bai Wanliang realize how weak he was in the hands of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was clearly not as strong as him. How could this be? Wang Fengqi cried tears of joy. His master was really too powerful. This was his pride and glory. That sword just now contained too many things. He was confused, but he remembered a lot. The shock that sword gave him was the most real. He could feel that his master didn't even bother to use that sword. If it wasn't to show it to him, that sword might be the weakest sword in his master's hands, and it was performed with a tree branch. Wang Fengqi could empathize with his master's good intentions. His heart was filled with gratitude. To truly be without a sword is better than having a sword. To truly let the sword in one's hand become one with the heavens and earth. The spirit of the sword technique was nothing more than this. This was the true essence of the limitless sword. The sword was originally invisible. Only when one truly understood the existence of the sword, then having no sword in one's hand would be better than having a sword. One sword could stop millions of masters. Jiang Chen's figure was like a sword, like an immortal monument. Everyone's heart was filled with awe towards him. However, panic, trembling, fear, and various other emotions appeared in the hearts of Zhang Tingxiu and the others. Even Jun Luohua took a step back. This Jiang Chen is too abnormal, right? Is he still human? He's simply a monster. Who could defeat him? A tree branch defeated a half-step deity emperor. Such a hilarious scene had appeared in front of them, causing everyone to feel a lingering fear. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Wanliang. The latter could not help but shiver. That gaze was too terrifying. It was filled with endless killing intent, and even more so, endless disgust. Don't kill me. This is all Zhang Tingxiu's idea. Don't kill me. Bai Wanliang took a step back subconsciously. His face was extremely ugly. He pointed at Zhang Tingxiu and said, he did not want to die, but Jiang Chen seemed to have sentenced him to death. No one can provoke me, Jiang Chen said faintly. He struck out a palm with an overwhelming aura. Bai Wanliang's pupils shrank, and his entire body trembled. Have mercy. A loud shout was heard. Everyone looked at the white-robed young man who was shuttling through the void. However, Jiang Chen didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Under the great Yu-soul forming light, Bai Wanliang's soul was sucked away and both his spirit and body were destroyed. Sigh. The white-robed young man sighed, and his expression was a little ugly. Senior brother, you're finally back. It's him. He killed the sect master of the White Tiger sect and ignored the existence of my petrified sect. I was also humiliated by him, but the petrified sect cannot be tarnished by him. Senior brother, you must kill him. Zhang Tingxiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She gritted her teeth and stared at Jiang Chen. Pa, the young man in white slapped Zhang Tingxiu's face hard. Zhang Tingxiu looked at her senior brother with a dumbfounded expression. This. What the hell was going on? Senior brother, you. Why are you still not kneeling down and kowtowing to brother Jiang? Otherwise, even I can't protect you. Bai Wanliang of the White Tiger sect asked for it. If he's dead, he's dead. What's there to be surprised about? The white-robed young man shouted angrily. His face was as gloomy as water. He was Sun Xiaolong, who was saved by Jiang Chen in the desolate divine land over 10 years ago. In the past, he had acted tough in front of Jiang Chen countless times, but he was ruthlessly slapped in the face. You bastard! You dare to act tough in front of brother Jiang? Zhang Tingxiu was instantly dumbfounded. However, he didn't dare to disobey. Even his senior brother wasn't standing on his side. He had no one to rely on. Do you know that brother Jiang risked his life to save the people of my petrified sect? Even senior sister Tantai kept it a secret, and even teacher Wu treated him with respect. How dare you be disrespectful to Brother Jiang? Do you think that the petrified sect will keep a stupid person like you? Sun Xiaolong shouted angrily, causing Zhang Tingxiu's face to turn pale. His voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear. There was a great anger burning in his chest. The entire White Tiger sect, the tens of millions of disciples, and all the people who participated in the 100 sect gathering were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that even the petrified sect's ambassador would be so afraid of Jiang Chen and keep it a secret. It could be imagined that this Jiang Chen must be extremely terrifying. Even his background was like a mountain that they couldn't pry into. He killed the sect leader of the White Tiger sect with one hand, yet he could still walk so leisurely and was treated as an honored guest by the petrified sect's ambassador. Who would dare to act rashly? Those who originally didn't think highly of Jiang Chen all shut their mouths. After all, a loose tongue can cause trouble. No one wanted to be like Bai Wenliang, dying without knowing the reason. He was originally a guy who used the tiger's skin to pull the flag, but in the end, he became a scapegoat. It really made people's hearts cold. The entire White Tiger sect was now in a state of panic. Under Sun Xiaolong's angry rebuke, Zhang Tingxiu hurriedly knelt in front of Jiang Chen and kowtowed to admit his mistake. He didn't dare to have the slightest neglect. The petrified sect's ambassador, who was previously arrogant and high-spirited, actually changed his attitude towards Jiang Chen, causing everyone's jaws to drop. Jiang Chen could naturally see that Sun Xiaolong was venting for him. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would kill Zhang Tingxiu in a fit of anger. Although Zhang Tingxiu was in the wrong, he was still a disciple of the petrified sect and a late hierarch realm expert. An elite disciple with such strength couldn't be easily killed. In the future, there was a high chance that he could become a deacon or even an elder of the petrified sect. It went without saying how much effort was needed to nurture a late hierarch realm expert. Even for the big sects like them, it was not something that could be replicated. Brother Jiang, do you still want to vent your anger? If you're not satisfied, I'll kill this bastard for you right now. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. No need. Killing him won't help anything. My purpose is to go to the petrified sect. Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Xiaolong indifferently. This guy was now very respectful to him, completely different from his previous pretentious attitude. After Tantai Jingzong went back and told them everything, they finally understood how powerful Jiang Chen was. He was the real core figure of that group of people. Although the sect master of the White Tiger sect, Bai Wenliang, was not the strongest, Sun Xiaolong knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat him. Jiang Chen defeated Bai Wenliang in a single move. His terror was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Ha ha ha, that's great. Brother Jiang, it's been more than 10 years since we parted in the barbarian divine land. My heart is filled with shame. Brother Jiang, you must come with me to the petrified sect this time. Let's catch up. Sun Xiaolong said with a laugh. As for Bai Wenliang's life or death, he didn't care at all. If he died, then he died. It was no big deal. It was just a change of leader for the White Tiger sect. Broken Dragon County would have some simple power turbulence. Everything was not a big deal to the petrified sect. I must go to the petrified sect, but there are some things that I have to deal with. Chapter 3255. At this moment, everyone in the White Tiger sect was in danger. Everyone was looking at Jiang Chen carefully. His next move would definitely affect everyone. Only Jun Luohua had a feeling of extreme fear. He had an ominous premonition that Jiang Chen was going to deal with him. Although it was just a premonition, Jun Luohua had to prepare in advance. He had already thought it through and wanted to retreat quietly. However, at this moment, he was still slowly stared at by Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jun Luohua felt his whole body turn cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A feeling of deathly stillness shrouded Jun Luohua's heart. It was a feeling he had never felt before. It was like the hand of the Grim Reaper was approaching him step by step. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down Jun Luohua's face. He felt that even if he wanted to leave now, he wouldn't be able to. The feeling of sitting on needles made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. Do you want to leave? Looks like you haven't realized your sense of crisis yet. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to deal with me? Jun Luohua took a deep breath and mustered up his courage to say. Because compared to Jiang Chen, he was just too weak. I have no enmity with you. Why did you let Zhang Tingxiu and the leader of the White Tiger sect kill me? Jiang Chen asked back. Jun Luohua's breath stopped and he was speechless. This sentence just happened to poke at his weak spot. Jun Luohua smiled bitterly and his face turned pale. Senior, my Jun family is also considered a famous family in the Broken Dragon County. I hope that you won't make a mistake. If you kill me, my Jun family will not let you go. Jun Luohua had no other choice now. He could only use his own family to defend himself. Otherwise, he really couldn't do anything. But self-preservation was the only way for Jun Luohua. Sun Xiaolong sighed. Did this guy have shit in his head? At this moment, you still dare to threaten Jiang Chen? You really deserve to die. Ha ha ha, interesting. There aren't many people who would dare to threaten me. But, you're still so unyielding even in the face of death. I like it. The Jun family can be considered quite untamed. Jiang Chen laughed and said. Jun Luohua knew that he had been completely sealed by Jiang Chen. Was this guy really going to kill him? He didn't want to die. He was the genius disciple of the Jun family. He still had to bring the glory of the Jun family to the petrified sect, or even the sword-drawing sect. He would leave his mark on the entire divine realm. He was a monster who was the enemy of the entire world. He couldn't die without knowing why. You can't kill me, Jiang Chen. You can't kill me. Otherwise, my Jun family will never forgive you. Jun Luohua subconsciously retreated. His eyes were filled with fear and apprehension. He didn't want to die here. He still wanted to become a genius respected by thousands of people. The Jun family. What a Jun family. Ha ha ha. I hate the Jun family the most. Do you know Jun Tianqiu? Jiang Chen took a step forward and stared at Jun Luohua. Jun Luohua staggered. He was pushed back by Jiang Chen's aura. His face was ugly. You know the strongest genius of my family? Jun Luohua's heart trembled. He knew that Jiang Chen and the genius of the Jun family were not friends of life and death. They were enemies. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't be so persistent. The strongest genius of the Jun family? Haha, then where is he? Jiang Chen sneered. The Jun family in the Broken Dragon County is just a branch of the real Jun family. It's not the real Jun family. Jun Tianqiu is indeed the strongest genius of the Jun family. Do you know him, Brother Jiang? Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. This guy was everywhere. There was no sign of him in the Jianghu, but there were legends about him. Even the powerful genius of the Jun family was inextricably linked to him. Was this really the first time this guy came to the Central Region Divine Land? It seems that this is just a branch of the Jun family. If I kill you, won't I anger the Jun family? Jiang Chen's smile became more and more serious. Don't. Before Jun Luohua could finish his words, Jiang Chen's palm had already landed. Jun Luohua turned into ashes in front of everyone's eyes. Even Sun Xiaolong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be so arrogant and overbearing. Previously, he had acted arrogantly in front of Jiang Chen. Fortunately, Jiang Chen didn't hold a grudge against him, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape from his misfortune. Everyone at the scene was shocked. No one was not afraid. Jiang Chen killed the White Tiger with a raise of his hand. Killed Jun Luohua with a raise of his hand. He was in high spirits and his murderous aura was overwhelming. No one could stop him. Bastard! Give me back my Jun heir's life. A loud roar resounded in the void. Two silhouettes broke through the void with a powerful aura. They were two half-step divine emperors, blocking Jiang Chen's way. The Jun family's heroes. It's the Jun family's heroes. Both of them are here. It seems that it will be difficult for Jiang Chen to leave today. The strength of the Jun family's heroes is quite terrifying. Although they are no match for by Wan Liang in a one-on-one fight, when the two of them work together, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He only has himself to blame. Sigh, as long as Jun Luohua is not dead, the Jun family duo will probably not show themselves. At this very moment, he has already sealed off all his escape routes. From the looks of it, this will be another bloody battle. He's too full of himself. He could have left, but he insisted on making things so awkward. Now that the Jun family's heroes are here, it won't be so easy to get away with it. The group of people looked at the two heroes of the Jun family who were pressing down from the void with incomparable shock. Could Jiang Chen withstand 2 half-step divine emperors? Although he wasn't afraid of by Wan Liang alone, it wouldn't be easy to deal with 2 half-step divine emperors at the same time. The Jun family's heroes usually work together seamlessly. In this battle, Jiang Chen would definitely be forced into a passive position. Wang Fengqi's expression changed greatly when the mighty duo of the Jun family appeared. As someone who was born and raised in the Plate Blue world, Wang Fengqi knew how frightening the mighty duo of the Jun family were. They were practically one of the most powerful existences in the entire Folded Dragon County. Although the two of them had not left the mountain for a long time, even Bai Wenliang feared them like a tiger. Such power was definitely not something an ordinary person could deal with. Although the power that his master had displayed just now was extremely powerful, in Wang Fengqi's eyes, his master was also facing a great enemy. Master, be careful. These two people are not ordinary people. Wang Fengqi said worriedly. The Jun family's bloodline has been passed down for generations. How dare you cut off my inheritance? I will make sure you die without a burial place, Xueqi said in a deep voice. Xueqi said in a low voice. That was his own grandson. He had to avenge Jun Luohua. Big brother, why are you still being courteous with him? Use his life to exchange for Jun Heir's life. Although his life isn't that valuable, Jun Karen and Lang Lang said. Jun Karen said coldly. Jun Luohua's death was a great blow to both of them. It was their chance to return to the Jun family's ancestral shrine. Jun Luohua was their most beloved junior, but all of this was destroyed by Jiang Chen. How could they not be angry? If that's the case, then all of you can die. At least you can accompany him. After destroying your Jun family, I will go and find Jun Tianqiu. Jiang Chen said lightly. Chapter 3256. Jun Tianqiu is the #1 genius of the Jun family. As a member of the Jun family, I am extremely proud. You. Ha ha ha, forget it. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can compete with the #1 genius of the Jun family? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Today, I will send you to the 18th level of hell. Boy, go to hell. Xueqi roared angrily. His heart was already filled with anger. His own grandson, his own hopes, all of it had gone down the drain. What else could he not let go of? If he did not kill Jiang Chen today, he would not be a man. Why do you have to do this? Sun Xiaolong sighed. According to Tantai Jingzong, Jiang Chen could even be compared to a divine emperor expert. These 2 half-step divine emperors were just there to die. There was nothing to be afraid of. Sun Xiaolong's guess was right. Jiang Chen quickly made his move. Like a bolt of lightning, his hand seals linked together. His qi controlled the universe. His palms were like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers. The 2 heroes of the Jun family didn't even last 10 rounds in Jiang Chen's hands. They were defeated by Jiang Chen in a domineering manner, and they didn't even have the strength to fight back. When the 2 of them wanted to escape, they finally realized the threat of death. But at that moment, everything was too late. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's palm. In the end, they were killed by Jiang Chen mercilessly. The Jun family had almost completely declined. The death of their genius disciple and the 2 old ancestors of the Jun family was a great blow to the vitality of the Jun family. They might not be able to recover even after hundreds of thousands of years. No one dared to go against Jiang Chen's words. At this moment, Jiang Chen was like a peerless divine emperor that no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with. Even Sun Xiaolong had no choice but to stand beside Jiang Chen and act as a foil. The most fortunate person was none other than Zhang Tingxiu. If it wasn't for Sun Xiaolong's timely arrival, if it wasn't for the fact that he was a member of the fossil sect, perhaps he would have died more miserably than anyone else. Even the 3 half-step deity emperors were killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could control their life and death with just a flip of his palm. It was truly a blessing in misfortune to be able to survive. Jiang Chen's methods and the shadows of his spear were terrifying. At this moment, no one dared to say a word. Their faces were filled with shock. Such a strong cultivator was in existence that ruled over the world. No one in the entire Broken Dragon County dared to go against him. Even the envoys of the petrifying sect were willing to stay behind. How domineering was this? Wang Fengqi's eyes flickered with a strange light. His gaze was burning. One day, he would become like his master, an existence that was the focus of everyone's attention. He wanted to prove to the world that he wasn't a piece of trash. He wanted to become a man of indomitable spirit in this world. Brother Qi, Feng Yan held Wang Fengqi's hand tightly. Their eyes were filled with emotions and excitement. Jun Luohua was dead, and the Jun family duo was also killed by Jiang Chen. There was no longer any hindrance for them to be together. This was the most fortunate thing. Sister Feng, there will be a day when I become the strongest man in this world. At that time, I'll come and marry you. This time, I'll definitely enter the petrified sect. I'll become someone above all others. I'll protect you forever and not let you suffer the slightest bit of harm. Wang Fengqi said solemnly. The determination in his heart and the determination in his eyes made Feng Yan very happy. The smile at the corner of his mouth was also sincere. Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Xiaolong. Now, he was preparing to enter the fossil sect with him. Only by entering the fossil sect would he have the opportunity to show his strength and find Qingqing. Only then would he be at ease. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would never be at peace. Brother Jiang, this time, I am not the only one who came. Tan Tai is also here. However, she is not here now. She is somewhere else. If Brother Jiang is interested, you can go together with her. Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully and said in a low voice. What place? Jiang Chen asked. The relic of a great emperor. More accurately speaking, it is the temporary imperial residence of an ancient great emperor. It is located in the south of the Broken Dragon County. However, this time two people came. Tan Tai and the number one genius of our fossil sect, by Qi Huayu. That fellow treats Tan Tai as his exclusive property. No one can be compared to him. He is also known as one of the three successors of the fossil sect. You can imagine how powerful he is. Compared to Tan Tai, he rose up faster and earlier. Moreover, after knowing that you saved Tan Tai, he seems to be very interested in you and wants to meet Brother Jiang. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. It could be considered a kind reminder. Great Emperor's temporary imperial residence? What is that place? Jiang Chen frowned. If there was nothing to attract him, what was the point of going there? It is said that it is the remains of an extremely powerful great emperor. It is called the Five-Direction Imperial Residence. The Five-Direction Imperial Residence is the last great emperor of the divine world. Ever since the ancient era, the number of sovereigns became fewer and fewer. Even after billions of years, there were still a lot of people who couldn't break through to the sovereign realm. They were infinitely close to the sovereign realm, but they couldn't break through. The five great sovereigns were the last great sovereign of the divine world 60 million years ago. No one knows where he went, but after him, no one else broke through to the sovereign realm. Sun Xiaolong's words completely evoked Jiang Chen's thoughts. The last great emperor of the divine world? If that was the case, it was indeed worth going there. After all, no one had broken through to the great emperor realm for millions of years. This kind of difficulty and mystery was worthy of Jiang Chen's investigation. Emperor realm. This step, he had to work hard sooner or later. Therefore, it was reasonable that it attracted countless experts at this time. This time, as far as I know, there are 4 great sects that have sent out their strongest experts. The Extraordinary Will sect, the Water Charm Sword sect, and the Resurgent sect are all among them. The remaining one is my Petrified sect. These 4 great sects are also part of the 10 great sects of the Kunshan sect. I don't know where they got the news about the Five-Direction Imperial Residence. Although there are no Divine Emperor Realm experts, there are some genius experts whose strength is not inferior to Divine Emperor Realm experts. After all, Divine Emperor Realm experts are the pillars of the sect. It is impossible for them to be sent out casually. However, this time, the sect is also very concerned about the Five-Direction Imperial Residence. Otherwise, they would not have sent out 2 out of the 3 supreme geniuses of the sect. This is enough to show that the Five-Direction Imperial Residence will definitely become the target of public criticism this time. Whether we can get some good treasures will depend on our luck. However, what everyone wants to know the most is the reason why the Emperor Realm experts are unable to break through. If we can get the answer, I'm afraid that even the people in the Slaughter Pagoda and Marshal Dan Hall will rush to get it. Chapter 3257. How much do you know about the Five-Direction Temporary Residence? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know about the rest. The Five-Direction Temporary Residence was discovered by a half-step Divine Emperor expert, but he was already dead when he came out of it. I'm afraid Tan Tai and Bai Chi Huayu will have to find out the real secret. But if you don't want to go, you can follow me back to the fossil sect. Sun Xiaolong said with a smile. You don't have to provoke me. The Five-Direction Great Emperor is the last great emperor of the divine world. It's worth it for me to find out. You fossil sect want to borrow my strength to help Tantai Jingcong, right? Jiang Chen said faintly. Ha ha ha. Brother Jiang is really Brother Jiang. You've seen through it. I know you'll be interested. Sun Xiaolong didn't try to hide it anymore. It was reasonable that Jiang Chen could guess it. However, Jiang Chen's help to the fossil sect was quite huge. An expert who wasn't any weaker than Tantai Jingcong would be a great help to the fossil sect. Moreover, Sun Xiaolong's help this time was an unexpected surprise. He would definitely report this to the sect when he returned. It was indeed a great contribution to the sect. All right. Brother Jiang, are your enlightened being friend and the fire Qilin not here? Sun Xiaolong asked in surprise. They have something important to do. They're not here. Show me the way. We'll set off immediately. Jiang Chen said and looked back at Wang Fengqi. He's my disciple. You don't have to tell others about him. Just take care of him for me. Thank you, Brother Sunday. Jiang Chen took out a Peak Origin Divine Tool and gave it to Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he was overjoyed. Even for him, a Peak Origin Divine Tool was quite precious. Jiang Chen was so generous. The value of a Peak Origin Divine Tool was definitely beyond his imagination. Above the Peak Origin Divine Tool was the Primal Origin Treasure. Not everyone could have a Primal Origin Treasure. Even a Divine Emperor expert might not have a chance to get a Primal Origin Treasure without a great fortune. Of course. Haha, many thanks, Brother Jiang. Sun Xiaolong accepted Jiang Chen's Primordial Spirit Tool without hesitation. He glanced at Wang Fengqi and nodded slightly. I'm leaving now. Enter the fossil sect and cultivate well. In the future, your path of cultivation will depend on yourself. I hope you can comprehend the limitless sword soon. Jiang Chen took a deep look at Wang Fengqi and transmitted his voice to him. Wang Fengqi nodded his head vigorously, then kowtowed heavily in the direction that Jiang Chen had left. This kowtow was his greatest gratitude to his master. Broken Dragon County Guidebook. Qifeng Mountain. The boundless secular world was filled with continuous mountains and thorns for thousands of miles. The road was at the end of the mountain and the river was scarce. It was filled with ancient trees and great rivers. It was incomparably barren. In this barren land, even birds and beasts were extremely rare, lacking vitality. The Qifeng Mountain is just ahead. In the 300 miles of Qifeng Mountain, there's a roundabout place. That's the entrance to the Five-Direction Pavilion. I still have to bring people back to the fossil sect to report, so I can't continue with you. Sun Xiaolong said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Sun Xiaolong turned into a stream of light and left. Looking at the vast mountain in front of him, Jiang Chen quickly flew forward. The sky above was gloomy, as if a storm was coming. Jiang Chen crossed the mountain and saw an inconspicuous valley. In front of the valley, there was a small door. There were no carvings of dragons or phoenixes in front of the door, nor were there any luxurious decorations. There was only an unlatched door. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and glanced at the front. It seemed like the door was forcibly opened. It seems like they've been in there for a long time. Jiang Chen frowned and murmured. Just as he was about to enter, a voice suddenly called out to him. Fellow Taoist, please wait. The person who came was a chubby Taoist. He wasn't tall and wore a Taoist robe. He had a smile in his eyes, a mustache, and a pair of triangular eyes. He didn't look annoying and even a little funny. He swaggered towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. Where did this person come from? He didn't seem to have anything to do with him, nor was he familiar with him. Amateus Buddha. Fellow Taoist, you have a full forehead and an imposing appearance. I can tell that you're the chosen one. The chubby Taoist said with a smile. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Chen asked. He didn't know where this guy came from, but he didn't look like a kind person. Hee, it's fate to meet each other. The fate between us has just begun. If you don't believe me, you'll definitely understand it in the future. This humble Taoist's Taoist name is Wu Da. Greetings. Wu Da bowed slightly, looking very respectful. Wu Da? Could it be Wu Da? Jiang Chen thought in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. After all, He had no enmity with this Taoist. This Taoist name is not very good. It's very easy for people to misunderstand. Hee. Jiang Chen also said with a smile. Sigh, this humble one's name before I became a monk was very nice. Unfortunately, my master gave me this Taoist name. However, I didn't dare to reject it and kept using it until now. In the past, I was Wu Liang. How is it? Nice, right? Wu De said with a smile, looking very proud. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you serious? Big brother, it doesn't sound as nice as Wu De. It's also a name that makes one's imagination run wild. I'm not interested in what you're called. What do you mean by calling me? Jiang Chen asked. Nothing. I just want to go in with you so that we can take care of each other. Fellow Taoist, I can tell at first glance that you are a pure-hearted person. Compared to those murderers who kill like flies, you are much better. Wu De said seriously. Do you know what this place is? Jiang Chen said calmly. I know. Isn't this the Five-Direction temporary residence? It's rumored that the Five-Direction Great Emperors are the last great emperors of the divine world. Someone must have entered this place before. For safety reasons, I'll go with you. I won't disappoint you, Wu De said seriously. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy seems to be very familiar with the Five-Direction temporary residence. I wonder where he's from. All right, let's go together. We can take care of each other. Please. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He didn't know where this fat Taoist came from, but he wasn't afraid of him. At least, he wanted to see what this guy had up his sleeve. Please. Wu De said. After you. Jiang Chen said. Please go first. If there's any danger, I can help you. Wu De said. All of a sudden, a white light flashed in front of the door. It looked like a spirit fox. Jiang Chen subconsciously took a step back and squinted his eyes. At this moment, Wu De was already on top of a mountain 1,000 meters away. Chapter 32:58. Jiang Chen gazed at Wu De coldly. Nothing dangerous had happened yet, but this guy had already escaped 1,000 meters away. What the hell was going on? This is too much. Just a moment ago, he said that he wanted to help Taoist friend. In the next second, he ran away. There's no danger. Come down. Jiang Chen said faintly. This fella is really a clown. However, with his cowardly character, he might not be able to escape. Taoist friend, are you serious? If that's the case, I will open a path for you. Wu De said with a serious face. However, he did not have the slightest intention of opening a path for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was too lazy to care about him. As long as this fella did not pose a threat to him, it would be fine. Moreover, this fella did not seem to regard Jiang Chen as an opponent. This fella's strength should be at the half-step divine emperor realm. Jiang Chen directly entered the Xuefang Palace. Within the palace, there was a thousands of miles long underground tunnel. Jiang Chen walked forward step by step while Wu De followed behind him slowly. Taoist friend, you're really bold. I was just one step away from seizing the opportunity. However, Taoist friend was still one step ahead of me. Let's go together. We can go to the Xuefang Palace easily. Say, Taoist friend. Wait for me. Jiang Chen completely ignored this fat old man. This fella has no ability, but he is the #1 coward. However, Jiang Chen was always on his guard against this fella. He had to be careful against an unknown person. After all, he did not know what the fella wanted to do. After passing through 1,000 meters of tunnel, Jiang Chen and Wu De appeared in a huge underground square. It was 1,000 meters wide and it was quite calm. On the ground, there were many stone pillars with armless people carved on them. There were nearly 1,000 armless people on the entire underground square. They were divided into two sides and it seemed to be a huge formation. Jiang Chen could not see the end of it. Jiang Chen took a step forward and wanted to enter the formation. However, he was stopped by Wu De. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. This armless man seems to be an incomparably huge array formation. It's very strange, so it's best if you don't take any risks. Let me take a look first before making a decision. Wu De said in a serious manner. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this old Taoist to be so kind. It was rare. It seemed like this old Taoist wasn't a narrow-minded and despicable person. Can you see the strangeness of this formation? Jiang Chen glanced at Wu De and said. Currently, even he could not see the strangeness of this formation. However, Jiang Chen had to test it himself in order to gradually understand this formation. With a no-beginning formation, he naturally had no reason to be afraid. Although this formation was complicated, he should be able to deal with it. I've been studying formations since I was young. It's been 79,000 years. Even though I can't say that I've achieved much in the field of formations, there are probably less than 5 people in the Central Plains who can surpass me in the field of formations. I'm confident that I can do it, Wu De said with an arrogant face. His entire being was filled with incomparable confidence. He had the demeanor of a great master. Just follow me. I've indeed lost my composure before. I must get back at this formation. Watch how I break this formation. Wu De nodded at Jiang Chen, appearing very confident. All right, great master, please. Jiang Chen smiled. Wu De was in front. The two of them began to enter the stone formation of the armless man. Wu De looked around and mumbled something. After walking for half a day, they finally lost their way. Why is this formation so strange? I actually lost my way, Wu De said awkwardly with a solemn expression on his face. This formation is quite terrifying. I actually couldn't see any clues from it. I originally thought that it was just a small formation, but after entering, I realized that it's actually so strange. In other words, Great Master has given up? If we get lost in this formation, won't we just be waiting for death? Jiang Chen said. Impossible. With this poor Taoist's attainments in formations, there's definitely no formation that we can't get out of. It's just a matter of time. Believe me, if we don't get out of this formation, this poor Taoist will not rest until I die. Although Wu De was lost, his slogan was still very loud. No matter what, they had to get out of this formation. This formation was just a maze. It didn't cause any harm to them. Therefore, Wu De was not anxious at all. 3 days later. Can I still believe in you, Great Master? Jiang Chen asked with a solemn expression. Wu De's face was slightly embarrassed. Obviously, he had failed once again. This formation was too difficult. He had no way to reverse the situation. Even if he wanted to break it, it would probably take a few thousand years. Moreover, he might not even be able to break it. Believe me one more time. This is definitely an accident. Once I've thoroughly studied it, this formation will be a piece of cake. Wu De had boasted twice, but he had failed both times. At this time, he could only study the formation silently. Wu De's bragging did not stop. Jiang Chen was too lazy to count on him. After entering the formation, he had been studying the formation. However, he still needed a few more days to completely understand the armless stone formation. However, he was not in a hurry. The no-beginning formation needed time to evolve, and he needed even more time to understand the formation. Look, Jiang brother, there's someone over there? Wu De suddenly pointed to the front and said. He could feel a strong fluctuation of life. Jiang Chen also frowned. He took a step forward and went towards the corner of the stone pillar. At this moment, a flying kick arrived. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He punched out and forced the flying kick to retreat. A blue-clothed figure followed and continuously kicked more than 10 times. The terrifying leg technique was like lightning. Every kick was filled with an incomparable pressure. If it was an ordinary hierarch realm expert, he would probably be kicked to death. Jiang Chen's expression was calm with a cold expression. Both of his fists were like tigers, and he forcefully forced the blue-clothed figure to retreat. From the beginning to the end, his attacks did not manage to force Jiang Chen back. On the contrary, he was the one who took 2 steps back. His eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The blue-clothed young man's long hair was tied behind his back. His face was sharp, and his eyebrows were like stars. He could be considered as a handsome man. However, the sharpness in his eyes seemed to be incompatible with Jiang Chen. When their eyes met, a shocking battle intent could be seen. Stop! A low voice resounded. Jiang Chen frowned. The voice was extremely familiar. A figure flashed past behind the stone pillar. A beautiful figure appeared. Her beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a country. Her eyebrows also showed a hint of surprise. It's you! The person who came was Tan Tai Jingzong. Her eyes were obviously filled with a hint of surprise, but she did not show it. Jiang Chen's appearance had undoubtedly increased the strength of the fossil sect. Although this guy was not very amiable, his strength was undeniable. The blue-clothed young man's expression also turned cold. He looked at Jiang Chen with sharper eyes. You two know each other? Not familiar. Not familiar. Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong said at the same time and looked at each other. Ha ha ha, what a match made in heaven. How can we not be familiar with each other when we speak so tacitly? Wu De said with a laugh. His eyes were filled with a strange color. His beaming face made the blue-clothed young man even more unhappy. Smelly old man, I'll tear your mouth if you talk nonsense again. Chapter 32:59. Jiang Chen also took a step forward and blocked Wu De's path. He said coldly, Wu De, if you don't want to go out, you can kill him. Jiang Chen knew that they must be trapped in the stone formation of the armless men and couldn't find a way out in a short time. The two of them stared at each other with coldness in their eyes. Enough. Bai Qi. Enough. Bai Qi, he's the benefactor who saved our petrified sect in the wilderness, Jiang Chen. Tantai Jingzong said faintly. The blue-clothed youth's cold face revealed a faint smile. The killing intent in his eyes was also restrained as he said with a smile. So it's the benefactor of my fossil sect. It's true that we don't get to know each other without fighting. It's a pleasure to meet you. 100 Qi Rain. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. 100 Qi Rain. He had already guessed it. His strength was not bad. Although he hadn't reached the Divine Emperor realm, he had to admit that it would be difficult for him to win against his talent and battle strength. The Central Region Divine Land's geniuses were really arrogant. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and said no more. You guys are also trapped here, right? This stone formation is really strange. With my qualifications, I couldn't find the exit in a short time. It's really shameful. Although I dare not say that I'm the most powerful formation grandmaster in the entire Central Region Divine Land, I'm still famous. In terms of the strength of formation, I'm afraid that it's hard to find someone who can surpass me in the Central Region Divine Land, Wu De said with a serious face. Wu De said with a solemn expression. He was extremely calm and composed. He glanced at Jiang Chen, but he was actually panicking inside his heart. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This old Taoist really cherished his reputation. Forcefully showing off was the most fatal. Now that he couldn't find the way out, he still wanted to show off in front of others. According to Grandmaster's estimation, how much longer do we have to get out of here? Tantai Jingzong asked softly. Since Jiang Chen had stood in front of him to protect Wu De, even Tantai Jingzong completely trusted Wu De. He was filled with anticipation for Wu De. After all, they had been trapped here for several months, but they had yet to find a way out. At the same time, the other sects were also in the same situation. All of them were trapped in the stone formation. No matter how powerful their strength was, it was hard to break the formation. So, in the end, they gave up on the idea of using force to break the formation. Instead, they used a roundabout strategy and began to slowly search for the flaws in the formation. However, none of them were real formation masters. They couldn't find the way out at all. In the end, they were even completely separated. I can't guarantee that, but I'll do my best. Maybe in 10 days, maybe in 10 years, maybe even in 100 years. It all depends on our luck. Wu De said faintly with an extremely profound attitude. I hope you won't lie to us. Otherwise, I'll let you have a look at the 18 levels of hell first. Bai Qi Huayu sneered. At this moment, they had grasped onto a life-saving straw. However, they had no idea when they would be able to get out. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Qi Huayu. This fellow was full of arrogance and had his eyes on the top of his head. It seemed like he wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. If it wasn't for Sun Xiaolong, I wouldn't have been able to come here, Jiang Chen said. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong was even more relieved. At the very least, this fellow wasn't a person who would go back on his word. He was still trustworthy. So it's that fella, Sun Xiaolong. It seems like he really doesn't know what's good for him. The 5 palaces aren't a place where just anyone can come in. Brother Jiang, don't you think so? Bai Qi Huayu said with a faint smile. It was obvious that he was mocking and pointing the spearhead at Jiang Chen. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was very unhappy. Even Tantai Jingzong's mood fluctuated a little when he appeared. Usually, Tantai Jingzong rarely showed any emotion. Whether it was good or bad, Jiang Chen was a fella that he hated very much. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry will definitely be trapped here. Only those who can get out are true heroes. Jiang Chen said sarcastically. Bai Chi Huayu didn't say a word and just smiled slightly. However, he was choked by Jiang Chen's words. In other words, you're not even comparable to a nobody. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? If you have the ability, get out of this formation first. Grandmaster, I hope you can give us some pointers. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. Grandmaster, you have a long way to go this time. Everyone's hopes and lives are all tied to you. Jiang Chen patted Wu De's shoulder and said with a smile. However, Wu De knew what Jiang Chen meant. He smiled and nodded awkwardly. Then, he started to study this obscure formation again. 3 days had already passed, but no one knew what was happening within the stone formation. A terrifying shockwave continuously spread out, and the surrounding stone pillars also began to shake. As they shook, they began to crazily collide with each other. The stone pillars of the armless people collided with each other, and in the end, they were bounced back. The thousands upon thousands of stone pillars of the armless people were like giant stones dancing in a chaotic dance. Rumble, what's going on? Didn't you say that it wouldn't take long to break the formation? Bai Chi Huayu said while glaring at Wu De. When did I say that? I said that it might take 10 days. It might also take 10 years. How would I know when I can break the formation? Wu De rolled his eyes and said with a face full of disdain. Smelly Taoist, I think you're tired of living. Bai Chi Huayu's face was as gloomy as water. However, at this moment, the surrounding stone pillars were constantly colliding with each other. The power was quite great. Even with their strength, they didn't dare to be hit by the stone pillars. They rushed forward and backward, taking advantage of the situation. However, as the collision between the stone pillars became more intense and faster, everyone's face changed. The indestructible stone pillars were like giant sticks being waved by someone. The friction between them constantly created sparks. Danger was everywhere. I can't take it anymore. I'm scared to death. Wu De screamed again and again. However, his speed was extremely fast. Even Jiang Chen could not catch up to him. At this moment, Wu De had already disappeared from the trio's sight after a few turns. He had completely avoided the impact of those stone pillars, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded as he looked at Wu De's departing figure. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He ran away just like that? This Wu De was really... a dog can't stop eating shit. Originally, Jiang Chen thought that Wu De would share the tribulation with them and search for the exit of the stone formation. However, Wu De had actually slipped away. However, Jiang Chen knew that Wu De wouldn't be able to find the exit in a short time. He just didn't want to be hit by the huge stone pillars. Chapter 3260. The stone pillars were like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. That kind of earth-shattering collision gave Jiang Chen a headache. However, at their level, their skin and bones were as hard as copper and as hard as steel. If the collision wasn't strong enough to shake them, they wouldn't be able to hurt them at all. However, the strangeness of this formation was something that Jiang Chen had never heard of before. He initially thought that it was just a maze, but now it seemed that the formation's lethality was very strong. If this went on, they would probably die of exhaustion here. Half a day had passed, but the giant stone pillars did not show any signs of stopping. Jiang Chen kept using all sorts of techniques to protect himself. The 100 Qi Rain technique was out of everyone's expectation that Jiang Chen could withstand such a powerful attack with his peak hierarch realm strength. The speed of the stone pillar's transformation was getting faster and faster, and the impact force was getting stronger. If this goes on, we'll all die here. 100 Qi Huayu frowned and said in a deep voice while glancing at Tantai Jingzong. It seems that it's impossible to enter the 5 palaces. Tantai Jingzong also said softly. They were constantly resisting the strange stone formation around them, and their strength was constantly being suppressed. If this continued, they would definitely be exhausted to death. There was no doubt about it. At this moment, Jiang Chen had no distractions. He must find a way to break this stone formation as soon as possible. Previously, when he used the no-beginning formation to evolve the stone formation, there was a huge change. However, He still needed 3 more days. Looking at the current situation, he must hurry up. A day had passed. Jiang Chen finally understood this stone formation. The formation also required a great impact. After all, this was a formation set up by an Emperor Realm expert. If it was not for Jiang Chen's no-beginning formation, they would probably all die here today. This stone formation was too terrifying. It was closely linked with each other, and these stone pillars would eventually be completely destroyed, explode and die. It was just that the final formation hadn't been formed yet. However, the price that Jiang Chen had to pay in order to break the array was also relatively high. He needed 1 day and 1 night to control the core of the array with his mind. At that moment, his soul force and essence chi would be completely locked by the stone array. In other words, he would have to become one with the array. Otherwise, all of them would die without a doubt. Jiang Chen had no other choice, because not only was he saving others, he was also saving himself. If he did not break this stone formation, he would be trapped here until he died. The 5 great monarchs sure are ruthless. To think that they would use such a terrifying formation right off the bat. They really don't want anyone to enter their temporary residence. Even a divine emperor would be crushed to death here if he's not strong enough. Jiang Chen inhaled a breath of cold air, but he did not dare to be careless. He quickly began to break the formation. Once the formation was broken, it would be a great loss for both sides. Time passed by. Jiang Chen began to use his soul force to control the stone formation, and finally, to break the stone formation bit by bit. This step was too difficult for Jiang Chen. If he didn't have an Emperor Realm soul, he wouldn't be able to do this. Jiang Chen endured the danger of being heavily injured and began to break the formation. The stone formation gradually stopped colliding and returned to its original position. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face was covered with sweat, and his veins were bulging. The divine origin chi in his body was almost completely used up. Because controlling the stone formation consumed too much of his soul force and essence chi. However, in order to save himself, Jiang Chen could only do this. He would rather die than rely on those guys to break the formation. "Break it!" Jiang Chen shouted. All the stone pillars were pushed into the ground by his soul force. At this moment, Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He had almost used up 80% of his soul force and his strength was also exhausted. However, the stone formation was finally broken. However, a white shadow quickly disappeared from the stone formation. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He didn't know what that guy was. He only saw it once at the entrance. It looked like a fox. However, he didn't get to see its face and it disappeared from his sight in an instant. It was too fast. Jiang Chen knelt on the ground with one knee. His face was pale and he was sweating profusely. When he slowly raised his head, the public square in front of him had already turned into a flat ground. More than 10 people were standing on the public square. Although they were all in a sorry state, Jiang Chen was the one who suffered the most. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. It seemed like his efforts weren't in vain. "Amitabha, I've finally broken this formation. Sigh, I'm really ashamed. I actually used so much time to break this formation." Wuda shook his head and sighed. He stood there with his hands on his hips, looking calm and composed. The people around him cupped their hands towards Wuda and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Taoist." "Ha! I can't thank you enough. Taoist is really good. Taoist is too polite. I won't forget the favor of saving my life. Ha!" Everyone admired Wuda and was overjoyed. If it wasn't for Wuda, they might have been trapped here until they died. The horror of this stone formation made everyone feel the pressure of being on the verge of death. Fortunately, they met a benefactor. Breaking the formation was only a matter of time. "Sigh, Brother Jiang, it's all my fault. If I broke the formation faster, you wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury." Wuda hurriedly ran over and helped Jiang Chen up. He said with a face full of shame. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. "Big brother, I risked my life to get the method to break the formation. How dare you say that you're the one who broke it? Don't you have any shame?" However, Jiang Chen was too lazy to argue with him. Even if he said it, no one would believe him. After all, his strength was only at the peak hierarch realm. He should be the weakest among the crowd. Since Wuda wanted to show off, he would let him do it. Taoist Wuda is really good. You said you'd break the formation in 10 days and you actually did it. I'm impressed. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Wu De slightly nodded with confidence as if he was enjoying it. Brother Jiang, you're overpraising me. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha. Compared to a real formation grandmaster, it's not worth mentioning. Jiang Chen stared at Wu De fiercely. Looks like this fella is really thick-skinned. He's not hesitant when he's flattering himself. Looks like Brother Jiang's strength has yet to reach the half-step Divine Emperor realm. You almost died here. Such a tragedy. However, Brother Jiang's courage is really commendable. Even I admire you. Bai Chi Huayu gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. You're just a hierarch realm fella. Why are you here? Now that he almost died here, he deserved it. Bai Chi Huayu sneered. The smile in his eyes was full of sarcasm. You don't have to worry about me. I'm still alive. I won't die yet. Chapter 3261. Jiang brother, why don't you go back? This place is not suitable for you. You haven't even reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. If you continue to move forward, you might lose your life. It's not worth it. Wu De said seriously. Since I'm already here, why should I go back? Ha ha ha, even if I'm going to die, I want to die here. Otherwise, I'll be a joke to others. Jiang Chen laughed and said. These words were meant for Bai Chi Huayu to hear. This fella can't wait for me to die. Jiang Chen could naturally see that this person hated him because of Tantai Jingzong. Women are really femme fatale. However, this Tantai Jingzong did not seem to be interested in him. Obviously, Bai Chi Huayu was not in the right to be jealous. He should just eat shit. Haze, even if you're going to die, Brother Jiang must die by my side. Wu De said in a deep voice. Why? Jiang Chen looked at Wu De in doubt. Because even if you die, your treasures will belong to me. Good things should not flow to outsiders. Sai, why are you glaring at me? Brother Jiang, what I've said is the truth. Your treasures cannot be taken away by others. Wu De said with a wronged face. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen's look would have killed Wu De thousands of times. This fella doesn't look like a monk at all. He's so shameless and pretentious. It's a miracle that he could live until today. Are you all right? Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Logically speaking, Jiang Chen shouldn't be this weak. When he was fighting against the evil Dragon Emperor, he was much more powerful than he was now. How could he be in such a miserable state? He almost lost his life. I won't die for now. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth arched slightly as he looked at everyone coldly. These people should be the experts from other sects that Sun Xiaolong mentioned. Each of them was at least a half-step Divine Emperor. However, Jiang Chen could feel the domineering aura of a dragon and a tiger from them. Each of them was at least 100 Chi Huayu. Moreover, each of them looked like a raging bull. That kind of terror was not something that ordinary people could achieve. These guys were all peerless geniuses. Each of them was an outstanding figure even in the central region Divine Land. He wasn't a deity emperor, but he was stronger than one. A hierarch dares to come here to die? Looks like he's tired of living. That's right. It looks like this kid really thinks that this is a good place to go. Ha ha. If I'm not strong enough, there will come a day when I'll be blinded by greed. Death is like an extinguished lamp. Kid, you better get lost. This place is not suitable for you. Everyone mocked and ridiculed Jiang Chen with extreme disdain. After all, they were all at the half-step Divine Emperor realm. However, their talents were not comparable to hundreds of millions of people. Their status in their clans was not any weaker than a Divine Emperor expert. An ordinary Divine Emperor was not even a match for them. This was a genius, a one-in-a-million genius. This kid is quite fated with me. Haha, this poor Taoist will bring him along. There's no need for you guys to worry. Now that the door is open, we should all have our own plans. Why don't we go in and have a look? Wu De said with a smile. Only then did everyone stop targeting Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Wu De. Although this fella likes to show off, he's not a bad person. He's not a selfish person like the rest of them. Only Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen silently. She did not believe that Jiang Chen would be so weak. Otherwise, would he still be the Jiang Chen that she knew? Bai Chi Huayu, Is this kid from your petrified sect? Haha, you look so weak, and you're still struggling at death's door. Do you think you'll be able to walk out alive later? A bulky man said with a loud laugh. He seemed to be full of hatred towards the petrified sect. Jia Dong Lu, don't think that I, Bai Chi Huayu, am afraid of you. The matters of my petrified sect do not need outsiders to intervene. Your Xueyun sword sect should take care of yourselves first. Shut up if you don't want to die. Bai Chi Huayu said with a sneer. Haha, you don't have to worry about that. Bai Chi, looks like you've forgotten what happened 3,000 years ago. Back then, you were chased by us two brothers all over the world. How dare you talk to me like this? Jia Dong Lu curled his lips and looked at Bai Chi Huayu with disdain. Back then, if it wasn't for you two brothers being so shameless and fighting 2 against 1, would I have lost to you? Don't flatter yourself. Is your Xueyun sword sect only capable of this? Bai Chi Huayu retorted sarcastically. You, Jia Dong Lu said in a deep voice. His face sank and his eyes became colder. However, he was stopped by his elder brother. Why are you so angry? Haha, it's not a good sign for us to kill each other before entering the 5 palace. Brother Bai Chi, don't you think so? Jia Quanshan smiled indifferently. He was dressed in white and looked like a modest gentleman. That's more like it. It's better than some people who don't know what's good for them. If the Xueyun sword sect falls into the hands of Jia Dong Lu, it's estimated that it will deteriorate day by day. Bai Chi Huayu Lang said. Jia Dong Lu was so angry that his face became extremely gloomy. Haha, let's see who the 5 great emperors are first. What's the point of getting entangled here? Wu De said with a smile. He came out to smooth things over. However, the people around him didn't say much. Except for the people of the Xueyun sword sect, the remaining 5 people were watching the show silently. It seemed that no one was willing to say a word. I hope I won't be a stumbling block for everyone. Humph. Bai Chi Huayu sneered and turned to walk deeper into the underground square. Everyone followed closely behind. These words were obviously meant for Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen didn't care at all. If it wasn't for him, they would all be trapped here. However, he was also trying to save himself, so there was nothing much to say. It seemed that this Bai Chi Huayu was really a narrow-minded person. He's just a little perverse. Don't mind him. Tantai Jingzong saw Leng Yi in Jiang Chen's eyes and said in a low voice, which one of you people from the fossil sect isn't perverse? Jiang Chen's words made Tantai Jingzong stunned. Only then did Tantai Jingzong realize that Jiang Chen was actually talking about her. You can think whatever you want. Those who are clean will be clean, and those who are turbid will be turbid. After Tantai Jingzong finished speaking, he followed the group into the depths of the underground square. Jiang brother, are you really ready? You should know that it's not that easy to enter this place. Life and death are up to fate. Success or failure is up to the heavens. You have to think about it carefully. Wu De said very solemnly. Don't worry. I'll give you all the treasures after I die. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Phew, I'm relieved after hearing Jiang brother's words. Chapter 3262. Jiang Chen and Wu De walked at the back. More than 10 people had already entered the depths of the square. At this moment, a vast underground square appeared in front of everyone. The further they went, the narrower the width of the square became. Finally, it was only 20 meters wide. In front of them, there was a huge stone tablet with 8 words engraved on it. Great Emperor's Imperial Abode, trespassers will die. These things were only used to scare people. For them, it didn't have any effect at all. They came here to look for the divine relics and treasures left by the great emperor. Walking further ahead, there was a majestic palace. The palace was 1,000 meters long, with exquisite carvings and painted pillars. There were also some small pavilions and a gurgling stream of water flowing slowly. However, this underground palace seemed to be very cold and desolate. In front of the palace, there were 5 weapons, each with a divine weapon. Even Jiang Chen frowned. Although the 5 divine weapons were covered with dust, their terrifying power still made him feel a strong fluctuation. All of them are primal origin treasures. Incredible! Jiang Chen was shocked. The 5 divine weapons were instantly reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone's breathing was heavy as they walked forward step by step. The light in their eyes was hard to conceal. Blade. spear, rod, stick, halberd. The 5 divine weapons were separated on the 5 weapons platforms. Countless years had passed and they were covered with a layer of dust. However, it was still difficult to cover their unparalleled killing aura in the past. What a terrifying aura! These 5 divine weapons must be the collection of the great emperors of the past. Holding a divine weapon in one's hand, one's strength can fight against the heavens. No wonder they're called great emperors. These 5 divine weapons are actually placed in the main hall. Jia Kwanshan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The covetous look in everyone's eyes could not be erased. Right now, none of them had made a move because no one had thought of which one they wanted. Once someone made a move, it was very likely that they would flock to snatch it. Even Jiang Chen was a little tempted. However, he didn't approach the 5 divine weapons immediately. After all, they were the possessions of the great emperors. How could it be so easy to take them? Jiang Chen looked around and didn't find any danger, but there was nothing strange either. This was the strangest thing. Previously, when they were in the underground square, they were almost trapped to death by the terrifying stone array. Entering the main hall, there was no danger at all. It really made one's imagination run wild. Jiang Chen didn't move, but he discovered that the greedy Wu De didn't move either. He was just beside Jiang Chen, drooling as he looked at the 5 divine weapons, but he didn't move at all. His steps were as steady as Mount Tai. He didn't move a single step forward. This guy looked greedy, but his heart wasn't swallowed by greed. This divine spear, I want it. Jia Huayu took a step forward and became the first person to rush out. At the same time, Jia Kwanshan and Jia Donglu of Water Charm Sword Sect also moved. Tantai Jingzong also didn't want to be outdone. The 4 of them each obtained a divine weapon. A black shadow burst out and also obtained the last divine staff. Jia Huayu obtained the divine spear as he wished. Jia Kwanshan of Water Charm Sword Sect obtained a divine blade. Jia Donglu obtained a divine halberd. And finally, Tantai Jingzong obtained a mace. A mace is good. Maybe I can still use it. Wu De smiled with an evil smile. Jiang Chen's mouth slightly twitched. This smelly Taoist really made him look at him in a new light. A monk was actually so shameless. However, after thinking about it, he didn't care about such a strong pretense. Why would he care about these things? Only Jiang Chen knew the whole story and didn't expose him. This guy was really a weirdo. It's him. Jia Donglio's eyes turned cold. He looked at the black-clothed man and said in a deep voice, Bailey Zhongyang, it seems that the Extraordinary Will Sect has also arrived. Jia Huayu said lightly. The black-clothed man was the top genius of the Extraordinary Will Sect, Bailey Zhongyang. Chongyang has arrived. Shengyang should also be here. Jia Chuanshan's eyes slightly narrowed. Ha ha ha, Brother Jia really has good eyesight. Unfortunately, I'm a step late. All the good things have been taken away by you. My heart is really itching. A burly man arrived in the air. It was Bailey Shengyang of the Extraordinary Will Sect, also Bailey Zhongyang's twin brother. Bailey Shengyang directly landed in the center of the hall. He glanced at Jia Donglu and the others with cold eyes. It seemed that his eyes were filled with greed. It seemed that he would snatch the divine weapons in their hands at any time. Who can you blame for being a step late? But it seems that you don't have a chance. Jia Huayu shrugged. He extended his hand and gently wiped away the dust on the spear. His eyes were extremely blazing. The owner of the spear seemed to be extremely domineering, as if the spear was tailor-made for him. You're right. You can only blame yourself for not living up to expectations. Ha ha ha, this time, I agree with Jia Huayu. Bailey Shengyang, next time when you want to drink milk, try to come earlier. Jia Donglu laughed and looked at Bailey Shengyang with disdain. Jia Donglu, you're courting death. Bailey Shengyang's eyes turned cold. He shouted in a deep voice with a threatening killing intent. So what if I'm courting death? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jia Donglu did not care about Bailey Shengyang's dissatisfied eyes at all. He held the divine halberd in his hand and seemed to have an unparalleled domineering aura. With a divine weapon in his hand, what was there for him to be afraid of? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Your divine halberd is mine. Bailey Shengyang and Jia Donglio's eyes met, creating a series of sparks. Their battle intent completely burst out at this moment. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, "Why don't you go and snatch the divine weapons?" Wu De looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He had the chance to snatch the divine weapons, but Bailey Zhongyang was one step ahead of him. Wu De was very surprised. Wasn't the divine weapons attractive enough for Jiang Chen? "Then why don't you go?" Jiang Chen asked as he squinted his eyes and stared at Wu De. The smile on the corner of his mouth became brighter and brighter. However, Wu De felt guilty and evaded his gaze, which made Jiang Chen even more suspicious. "I'm afraid of being besieged by them. My strength is only at the middle hierarch realm. I'm not their match. As long as they snatch the divine weapons, I can get something else. Others eat the meat while I drink the soup," Wu De said with a silly smile. However, Jiang Chen did not think that this guy was harmless. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was that Wu De's strength was only at the middle hierarch realm. He did not feel anything at all. However, he did not sense any strong energy fluctuation. Why would he lie? Chapter 3263. With the divine weapon in hand, the world is mine. Jihe Dongliu's combat strength was unparalleled. His half-step divine emperor strength was comparable to that of a divine emperor. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration of their strength. This was indeed the gap between geniuses. The central region divine land was indeed the center of the entire divine world. Even these monstrous geniuses who had yet to enter the supersex were already so powerful. If they were monstrous geniuses from the Buddha Pagoda's Marshal Dan Palace, how powerful would they be? People were most afraid of comparison. In comparison, Jiang Chen felt that he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, many people would surpass him. It was impossible for him to fight against the Buddha Pagoda now. Therefore, Jiang Chen just wanted to find Yan Qingqing as soon as possible and wait for an opportunity to rescue her. It seemed impossible for him to fight against the Buddha Pagoda now. Jiang Chen wasn't a reckless person. He knew what he should do. Therefore, he didn't make a big move until now because he knew that the palaces of the five great sovereigns were not that simple. The strength of an emperor realm expert wasn't something that ordinary people could guess. At this moment, Jihe Dongliu's strength was obviously superior to Bailey Shengyang's. He held the divine halberd in his hand and brandished it in a domineering manner. His strength was comparable to Bailey Shengyang's. Even if there was a gap between them, it shouldn't be this big. Obviously, it was the divine halberd that displayed its peerless divine might. "Ha ha ha ha, look at my divine halberd. It's indestructible. Who can fight against me?" "Ha!" Jihe Donglu laughed wildly. The divine might was unparalleled. It was the might of the divine halberd that made him feel as if he had the help of the gods. He was like a fish in water when fighting against Bailey Shengyang. "What are you without the divine halberd? Arrogant fellow, I don't believe that I can't defeat you." Bailey Shengyang held a long blade in his hand, constantly unleashing a peerless blade light. It was incomparably terrifying. The two of them fought back and forth, crisscrossing each other. Their auras fluctuated, but Bailey Shengyang was still at a disadvantage. The halberd of Gaga Donglu was too powerful. With the help of the halberd, Gaga Donglu could be so savage, which made Bailey Shengyang very angry. This divine halberd is really amazing. Amazing. If I can obtain it, my strength will definitely increase greatly. However, it seems that I won't have the chance. Powerful. Simply too powerful. Wu De's eyes were filled with envy, his heart filled with joy. However, he was powerless, unable to obtain that divine weapon. With your speed, no one would be able to catch up to you if you snatched a divine weapon and left. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Jiang Chen didn't know how strong this guy was, but his speed was insane. When they were escaping, no one had expected this guy to be so fast and decisive. Jiang Chen didn't know how strong this guy was. "Ha ha ha, brother Jiang, you must be joking. How can a sparrow and a swallow know the ambition of a swan? My ambition is not on the 5 divine weapons at all." Wu De laughed in a low voice. "Oh, could it be that you know that there are more powerful things in the palaces of the 5 great emperors?" Jiang Chen also looked at Wu De with interest. Wu De chuckled and put on a mysterious look. Buddha said, don't say. "Are you a Buddhist or a Taoist?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He really couldn't help but want to beat him up on behalf of the Buddhists. "Hallelujah. Brother Jiang Chen, this is my home. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I have my own Tao in my heart. That's enough, Wu De said in a competitive manner. Hallelujah? Where the fuck did this monster come from? Brother Jiang, you might not know this, but there is a holy church in the central region, and they worship Yahweh, who is also our Buddha. Oh. No, the Buddha in your eyes, Amateus Buddha. Jiang Chen didn't want to listen to Wu De's nonsense anymore. Jiang Chen couldn't even figure out which side this bastard belonged to. As time passed, Bailey Shengyang's aura became weaker and weaker. He was suppressed by Jiha Donglu. The halberd swept across and directly broke the long saber in Bailey Shengyang's hand. Bailey Shengyang's expression changed and he backed off. The veins on his face bulged, and he was full of unwillingness. However, no matter if it was Jia Quanshan or Bailey Zhongyang, neither of them went to help them. As long as they fought, it would be a true life and death battle. Since they wanted to fight, they would let them fight. As long as it was not a life and death situation, Jia Quanshan and Bailey Zhongyang would definitely not fight. Second brother, take this, Bailey Zhongyang said in a deep voice. He grabbed the godly staff in his hand and threw it at Bailey Shengyang. Bailey Shengyang's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Holding the godly staff in his hand, he instantly became spirited, and the battle spirit in his eyes intensified. After getting the godly staff, he also sensed an astonishing power emerging from the inside out. A terrifying aura filled the air. The two soldiers who weren't afraid of death collided fiercely again. It's a waste to give you the godly staff. You are no match for me. Ha ha ha. Jiha Donglu said in disdain. That's not necessarily true. Take good care of the godly halberd in your hand. Perhaps its owner will be me soon. Humph. Bailey Shengyang sneered. Dream on. Take this. The battle between Jiha Donglu and Bailey Shengyang became more and more intense. It had to be said that after Bailey Shengyang got the godly staff, his fighting strength had increased a lot. The two of them fought back and forth, and it wasn't as one-sided as it was at the beginning. It wasn't hard to believe that the Emperor Divine weapons in their hands had played a crucial role in their battle. Both of them seemed to be on par with each other. If it wasn't for the two of them sealing the circle, the people around them would have suffered great injuries. Even if they didn't die, they would have been suppressed. At least, Jiang Chen and Wu De did not have the chance to escape from such a powerful expert. Wu De and Jiang Chen's strength was too great. Jiang Chen and Wu De's strength was too great. Jiha Donglu and Bailey Shengyang became more and more furious as they fought. They were originally suppressing him, but they didn't expect that after Bailey Zhongyang gave him the godly staff, the two of them fell into a stalemate. Chapter 3264. Ha ha, this divine halberd is a real treasure. If you want to get it, you have to kill me first. This divine weapon has already recognized its master. You are not my opponent at all. Jiga Donglu approached again and again. Everyone could see that after the divine halberd recognized him as its master, Jiga Donglu's combat strength had obviously improved again. The biggest difference between an object with a master and an object without a master was that the former could not be fully understood. But it was different now. Jiga Donglu had integrated the divine weapon into his body. Now, he was the divine halberd, and the divine halberd was him. Bailey Shengyang glanced at his elder brother. Bailey Zhongyang nodded slightly, indicating that there was no need for him to worry. Bailey Shengyang's eyes turned cold. He also completely fused the divine staff into his body and bound it with his blood, completely turning it into his own. At that moment, both of their battle prowess rose once again, reaching an extremely balanced state once again. This divine weapon attracted more and more people's attention. Because Bailey Shengyang and Jiga Donglu, who were holding the divine weapon, had reached their peak strength. There was no doubt that their strength was beyond anyone's reach. As long as they integrated with the divine weapon, they could reach such a level. Who wouldn't be envious? Moreover, such a terrifying primordial essence treasure was in existence at the level of a sex guardian treasure, even in their sections. Get out of my way! Jiga Donglu was incomparably furious. His eyes gradually turned blood red. Bailey Shengyang didn't give in at all. Gradually, his eyes also turned blood red. The moment their gazes met, their eyes turned completely blood red, and there seemed to be raging flames burning in their eyes. At that moment, the two of them fought with their lives on the line, disregarding everything. It was a choice of life and death. Even Bailey Zhongyang and Jia He Quanshan did not expect this at all. After all, the two of them were fighting at the cost of their own lives. If this continued, one of them would definitely die first, and the other would suffer fatal injuries. However, their battle did not stop. Their combat strength kept rising, as if they were about to break through to the half-step Divine Emperor realm. The terrifying aura continued to spread. Jiang Chen frowned. He felt that something was wrong. The blood-red color in the eyes of these two fellows was getting more and more concentrated, becoming more terrifying and demonic. In an instant, Wu De was the first to shout. He, they've already lost their minds. Wu De's words caused everyone's expression to change. However, they were still skeptical. How could that be? A single battle had caused the two of them to become so deranged. Shang Yang, return quickly. Come back, Dong Lu. Bailey Zhongyang and Jia Quanshan both called out. However, the battle between the two of them still did not stop. Terrifying waves of air shot out again and again, inflicting a great deal of damage to both sides. The two of them madly fought with everything they had, as if they wanted to kill the other. Bailey Zhongyang frowned. Normally, Shang Yang would not be so disobedient. His elder brother's words were like his life, but today, Shang Yang was ignoring him. This made Bailey Zhongyang very confused. Dong Lu, get your ass back here. Jia Quanshan roared angrily, but Jia Dong Lu still did not stop at all. The battle between the two was a battle of life and death. At this moment, Jia Quanshan and Bailey Zhongyang glanced at each other. They both noticed that something was wrong. Brother Chongyang, how about we work together to separate the two of them? Jia Quanshan looked at Bailey Zhongyang and said with a deep voice. All right. Bailey Zhongyang nodded heavily. The two of them quickly flew up and approached the two of them, wanting to separate them. However, in an instant, the two of them suddenly turned their heads and aimed at Bailey Zhongyang and Jia Dong Lu. The two of them were almost directly knocked back and flew away. They only stabilized themselves after taking more than 100 steps back. Looking at each other, Bailey Zhongyang and Jia Quanshan's eyes were filled with shock. The two of them were actually knocked back by Bailey Shangyang and Jia Dong Lu, and in an instant, they actually stopped and attacked them. Shangyang, you're crazy! Bailey Zhongyang roared angrily. His eyes were like arrows, but when he looked at Bailey Shangyang's eyes, there was no longer a trace of light in his eyes. Only endless blood was left in his eyes. Jia Dong Lu was the same. Jia Quanshan was greatly shocked, but Bailey Shangyang did not take his elder brother seriously at all. They became extremely angry and shocked. How could this be? Why did the two of them seem to be possessed? They even lost their minds, and there was only killing intent in their eyes. It's a divine weapon. A great emperor's divine weapon. Only after the two of them recognized the great emperor's divine weapon as their master did they discover this scene in front of them. Jiang Chen said. His eyes were filled with doubt. The two of them seemed to have an extremely terrifying killing intent. In their consciousness, there was only fighting intent and killing intent. That's not their will. That's the will of the great emperor's divine weapon. It's the soul of the great emperor's divine weapon. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Now, everyone's expression changed greatly. When they looked at the great emperor's divine weapon in their hands again, whether it was Jia Quanshan, or Jia Quanshan, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't recognize the great emperor's divine weapon as its master right away. Otherwise, wouldn't they be devoured by the great emperor's divine weapon? Why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you say it now? Jia Quanshan roared and looked at Jiang Chen with cold killing intent. I don't even have the great emperor's divine weapon. I don't even have the chance to have my mind corroded by the divine weapon. You're really silly. Humph. Moreover, what does your death have to do with me? Jiang Chen said with a sneer. This guy was too naive and unreasonable. Did he really think that he was the emperor? Kid, I think you're tired of living. I'll kill you now. Jia Quanshan's killing intent shrouded Jiang Chen. He took a step forward, intending to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered and struck out a punch without any hesitation. Both of their fists and palms collided. This punch shocked everyone, including Tantai Jingzong. She thought that Jiang Chen would be able to withstand Jia Quanshan's attack, but she did not expect that Jiang Chen was not at a disadvantage. One should know that Jia Quanshan was not an ordinary half-step divine emperor, He was not even afraid of an ordinary divine emperor. However, Jiang Chen's punch completely blocked Jia Chuanshan's attack. The mountain crumbled and the earth cracked. Jia Quanshan looked at Jiang Chen in shock. His punch could kill 3 to 5 ordinary half-step divine emperors, but Jiang Chen was not affected at all. This guy is only a peak hierarch, how could he be so strong? Chapter 3265. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Jiang Chen, will accompany you to the end. Jiang Chen pointed at Jia Quanshan. Jia Quanshan was filled with anger, but at this moment, he couldn't kill Jiang Chen with a single strike. He didn't have the chance to continue because Jia Donglu and Bailey Shangyang were already walking towards them. Their eyes were bloodshot. They were the most terrifying assassins right now. Brat, wait for me to settle the matter in front of me and save my brother. It won't be too late to kill you then. Humph, my water charm sword sect will not be bullied by anyone. Jia Quanshan roared, but he didn't continue to attack. He knew that now wasn't the time to kill each other. At least, for the sake of survival, they could only target the 2 puppets that were enraged by the Emperor's divine weapon. Although one of them was his brother, he had already lost his mind. He was just a puppet of the Emperor's divine weapon. Jiang Chen couldn't help snorting disdainfully. They didn't believe that Bailey Shangyang and Jia Donglu had already lost their soul. They had been completely devoured by the soul of the Emperor's divine weapon. They were now the puppets of the Emperor's divine weapon. What a great Emperor's divine weapon. It seems like we've all been deceived. 100 Qi Huayu said. Although he said that, he still wouldn't easily throw away the Emperor's divine weapon in his hand. However, it wasn't the right time for it to recognize him as its master. Our real enemy now is them. Bailey Zhongyang suppressed the anger and sorrow in his heart. He didn't think that the divine weapon he had just obtained was actually the murderer of his brother. Bailey Shangyang was no longer his brother, but a slave enslaved by the Emperor's divine weapon. Their target seemed to have already locked onto them. Everyone's gazes were focused on Bailey Shangyang and Jia Donglu. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust. The killing intent on their bodies had completely enveloped the entire hall. At this moment, they seemed to want to kill everyone. Trespassers, die! A hoarse voice rang out from Bailey Shangyang's mouth, but his lips did not move. His hoarse voice made everyone shudder in fear. Are you the soul of a great emperor's divine weapon? 100 Qi Huayu asked in a deep voice. However, Bailey Shangyang and Jia Donglu did not return to 100 Qi Huayu's position, because the next moment, they finally moved completely. The 2 people who were directly facing them were 100 Qi Huayu and Jia Quanshan. The 2 of them bore the brunt and directly collided with the 2 puppets of Bailey Shangyang. The terrifying aura caused 100 Qi Huayu's expression to change greatly. The divine blade in his hand slashed out, but it was directly smashed back by Bailey Shangyang's divine staff. It was a direct move, giving 100 Qi Huayu no chance to counterattack. It was the same for Ke Quanshan. He was sent flying by Ke Donglio's attack. His aura was like a rainbow. Overbearing and terrifying power erupted in an instant. Now, they were completely under the control of the soldier soul. Without the slightest hesitation, Ke Quanshan was instantly turned into a sandbag. It was extremely tragic. Bastard! You bastard! Ke Quanshan roared furiously. The anger in his heart was indescribable. However, the only thing they could do now was to repel the 2 soldier souls. Otherwise, they would not have any chance of surviving. It was impossible for them to advance any further. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Could it be that you will only act after we die? Ke Quanshan snorted coldly. At this moment, Bailey Zhongyang also knew that they did not have much chance. They must kill the 2 soldier souls as soon as possible. Regardless of whether they could save Bailey Shangyang or not, they must save themselves now. Tantai Jingzong, Ke Quanshan, 100 Qi Huayu, and Bailey Zhongyang, the 4 great experts attacked at the same time. Without any hesitation, they directly stood together with the 2 soldier souls. The soldier souls wielded the great emperor's divine weapon. They were like their left and right arms. They could exert 100% of the great emperor's divine weapon's power, while Tantai Jingzong and Ke Quanshan could only exert 30% of the divine weapon's power. Although it was more than enough to deal with others, it was nothing compared to the soldier souls who could exert 100% of their power. You're so strong. Why didn't you attack? Wu De looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He did not expect Jiang Chen to be so strong. Wu De could not help but look at Jiang Chen in a different light after witnessing his attack with Kei Quan-shan. Jiang Chen seemed to be only a peak hierarch, but his real battle strength was unpredictable. Even Kei Quan-shan could not take advantage of him. Of course, it did not exclude the possibility that Kei Quan-shan did not use his full strength. However, it was enough to prove how terrifying Jiang Chen was. At least in Wu De's opinion, Jiang Chen's strength was comparable to Tantai Jingzong and the others. I'm not their slave. What does their life and death have to do with me? Then why didn't you attack? I think you're quite capable. Jiang Chen looked at Wu De with a smile. Amateus Buddha. There's something you don't know. Brother Jiang Chen. I'm not that strong. I survived because of my Dragon Tiger Steps. If I use the Dragon Tiger Steps to the extreme, even a Divine Emperor Realm expert would not be able to stop me. I'm not talented and I can't win in a fight. That's why I can only use unorthodox methods. Hee. Wu De said embarrassedly. However, Jiang Chen didn't really believe this Wu De who was full of lies. He was more willing to believe that Wu De would only be happy when everyone was dead. At that time, all the treasures that fell from the sky would belong to him. It was the best choice for a person like Wu De. He couldn't catch up with them and he couldn't outrun them. This guy was born to be a thief. You're very honest. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said. Wu De really fulfilled the requirements of a sinister and cunning villain. The only thing that made Jiang Chen look at him in a different light was that Wu De had yet to deceive him. However, if Jiang Chen did not take precautions, he felt that this day would come sooner or later. I hope so. No one is a fool these days. It won't be that easy to take advantage of others. Wu De hid far away. He moved a small stone stool and watched the battle between Tantai Jingzong and the others and the two soldier souls from afar. It was undeniable that the two soldier souls were too strong. They were the divine weapons of the great sovereign after all. Moreover, they had inherited the battle memories of the great sovereign. Most importantly, after they devoured the bodies of Bailey Shengyang and Jiaga Donglu, they had completely turned into themselves. The soldier souls had their own souls. They had their own consciousness. That's why they were immortal. Even if the great sovereign had passed away, they would still not be covered in dust for thousands of years. Chapter 3266. However, Tantai Jingzong, Bailey Zhangyang, and the others were all true experts. With the four of them working together, they were able to fight the two weapon souls to a standstill. The situation was extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen, what are you waiting for? 100 Qi Huayu roared furiously. Although they were able to fight the two weapon souls to a standstill, no one knew about the pressure they felt other than themselves. The halberd and staff in the hands of the two weapon souls were basically unstoppable. They smashed down horizontally, and every single move caused the earth to shake. If I do something just because you want me to do it, won't I lose a lot of face? Weren't you very arrogant before? Why should I help you? I've come here because I'm acquainted with Tantai Jingzong. What does your life or death have to do with me? If it weren't for Tantai Jingzong's handkerchief, why would I come here without any regard for my life? I only care about Tantai Jingzong's life or death. Whether you die or not has nothing to do with me. Jiang Chen said proudly, causing 100 Qi Huayu's face to turn green. Even Tantai Jingzong's face reddened. However, they had no time to pay attention to Jiang Chen right now. That guy had actually left behind the handkerchief she had used to wipe his blood. She could not help but feel rather conflicted. Seeing how Jiang Chen was waving the handkerchief in his hand, which was clearly something Tantai Jingzong had used before, and he kept calling him Tantai Jingzong in such an intimate manner, there was definitely something going on between the two of them. Otherwise, why would Jiang Chen risk his life to come here? He was definitely afraid that something would happen to Tantai Jingzong, yet she was still acting all high and mighty. Who was she putting on an act for? The more 100 Qi Huayu thought about it, the angrier he became. She pretended to be aloof in front of him, looking down on everyone in the sect with an incomparably cold and elegant demeanor. He had never thought that she had already been hanging out with that bastard Jiang Chen. How was this guy better than him? Tenli was not as good as him, nor was he as handsome. His background was also not as noble as one of the successors of the fossil sect. What did he do to deserve Tantai's heart? Bastard. I'll kill you sooner or later. 100 Qi Huayu thought. He glared at Jiang Chen, but he didn't dare to be careless. If something happened, they would all die. In the face of such a terrifying crisis, the oppression of the soldier souls made them want to leave this place. Jiang Chen, Taoist priest, please help us find the exit. If we continue to be entangled with these two fellows, we will be doomed. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen and Wu Da and said in a low voice. Wu Da hurriedly kept the small stone stool and nodded with a smile. Let's go, brother Jiang Chen. For the sake of preventing little sister Tantai's chest from being too big, no. It's too bad. Let's hurry up and find a way out. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for us to escape misfortune. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This Wu Da is too much. The two of them quickly searched for the next exit in the surroundings. Because at this moment, their exit had been completely sealed without them noticing. The two of them searched for a long time and finally found a mechanism to change the situation of the hall on the stone pavilion on the left side of the hall. This hall wasn't the last layer. After activating the mechanism, a huge door was pushed open. At that moment, a blue light appeared in front of the two of them. Jiang Chen and Wu Da looked at each other. This seemed to be a terrifying ocean because they saw countless fishes swimming in the water. They saw countless seaweed swaying along with the waves. It was extremely beautiful and pleasing to the eye. The water-blue world was completely isolated. It didn't seem to be the same world as this hall. It was like a private harem. However, in front of this world of seawater, it was completely sealed by a formation. The seawater couldn't enter the hall at all. It was like a water curtain wall. Jiang Chen, come and lend us a hand. Force these two soldier souls to retreat so that we can retreat together. Tantai Jingzong was also helpless. Now, the only person she could rely on was Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have saved this guy. Let him fend for himself. Jiang Chen sneered and looked at Bai Chi Huayu. The two of them didn't give in to each other. The legend is true. The 5 great emperors have the ability to connect to Xueqi. Could that be Xueqi? Bai Chi Huayu's eyes froze as he looked at the water-blue door. Everyone was staring at this scene, but they were once again forced to retreat by the two soldier souls. Xueqi? What's Xueqi? Jiang Chen looked at Wu Da. This guy must know where Xueqi was. I don't know whether Xueqi exists or not. No one has ever found it, and no one has ever walked out of Xueqi. It's just a legend. The 5 great emperors have the ability to enter Xueqi, but the later generations don't know where Xueqi is. They don't even know what kind of existence it is. Wu Da also shrugged, indicating that he didn't know what Xueqi was. Jiang Chen, what are you waiting for? Tantai gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, it was the last moment. If they combined their strength and forced Jiang Chen to retreat, then they would have a chance to escape. At least, these two soldier souls couldn't do anything to them. Jiang Chen nodded his head after hearing what they said. Then, he quickly struck out with his fist, shattering the mountains and rivers and shaking the heavens. Jiang Chen's strength was not any weaker than the 4 of them. His attack immediately pushed the 2 soldier souls back. The 5 of them quickly retreated into the blue door, but the 2 soldier souls were still chasing after them. They didn't want to let them go at all. At this moment, when all of them approached the water-blue door, Bai Chi Huayu and Jia Quanshan looked at each other and their expressions changed. They attacked forcefully, directly forcing Jiang Chen back. Meanwhile, Bailey Zhongyang also interfered. Jiang Chen couldn't resist the attack of the 3 people at all. At least at this moment, Jiang Chen was forced into the middle of the 2 soldier souls. Jiang Chen's fist surged and whistled, hitting the Emperor Divine weapons. However, there was no effect. Instead, he was forced back. You've gone too far. Tantai Jingzong's expression was gloomy. Her eyes were filled with anger. Jiang Chen saved them from danger, but he was once again forced into the palace by the 3 people. Moreover, he was completely surrounded by the 2 soldier souls. Jiang Chen was forced back by the 2 soldier souls with his strength alone. The situation was extremely dangerous. He only has himself to blame. Who told him to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Do I need him to save me? Humph. Jia Quanshan sneered. Brother Jia is right. This kind of scum should die. Chapter 3267. You bunch of bastards, I, Jiang Chen, will never let you go. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp as he said angrily. He didn't expect that Bai Chi Huayu and Jia Quanshan could be this shameless. He had already prepared himself, but the impact of the three made it hard for him to resist. He was instantly stuck by the two soldier souls, which made his situation even more dangerous. Ha ha ha, this is your end. You still want to come out? Dream on. Even the four of us couldn't defeat those two soldier souls. Do you think you can do it? Die without a burial place, boy. This is your destiny. Jia Quanshan said with a laugh. The only pity was that his brother was already dead. I'll leave you to be my brother's Zhang Zeng. That's not a bad thing. Jia Quanshan said disdainfully. Jiang Chen's death was a good thing for them to have one less competitor. This guy was really arrogant, so they couldn't wait to kill Jiang Chen, especially Bai Chi Huayu. One could imagine the anger in his heart. The girl of his dreams gave him a handkerchief. The two of them were entangled. Bai Chi Huayu was always thinking about how to kill Jiang Chen. How could they let go of such a great opportunity? It's over. It's over. I'm afraid Jiang brother is in danger this time. Wu De said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with pity. However, at this moment, the aqua-blue door was about to close, but Tantai Jingzong still jumped out of it without hesitation, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Tantai! Bai Chi Huayu's expression changed. He wanted to grab Tantai Jingzong's hand, but he was pushed away by the latter. There was no joy or sorrow in Tantai Jingzong's eyes. He looked at Bai Chi Huayu coldly. Tantai Jingzong didn't want to owe anyone, especially Jiang Chen, who risked his life to rescue her. However, he was tricked by those people. If Jiang Chen died, the guilt in her heart would never be erased. Jiang Chen had fallen into this predicament because of her. If it wasn't for her, he could have left with Wu Da, but he didn't do so. Instead, he stepped forward bravely and saved her. But now, he was trapped in this predicament. How could Tantai Jingzong just stand by and watch? He must advance and retreat with Jiang Chen. You crazy woman. 100 Chi Huayu couldn't help but say. But at this moment, the aqua-blue door was completely shut, trapping Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong in here. This was equivalent to a dead end. Bai Chi Huayu hesitated over whether he should save Tantai Jingzong or not, but his rationality still prevailed over his so-called love. As long as he became an emperor that attracted the attention of the world one day, would he still have to worry about not having a woman? All the women in the world would throw themselves at him. The allure of an emperor was just too great to them, so they had to do this. Even if it was their younger brother, they could only give up. Bailey Chongyang was like that, and Jia Quanshan was the same. A coward was not a gentleman, and a man could not be ruthless. As he watched the door of hope slowly close, Jiang Chen glanced at Tantai Jingzong. The latter's expression was calm, but there was an obvious apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Tantai Jingzong and Jiang Chen fought the two weapon souls together, but they were unable to resist at all. The two of them were constantly forced back. It had to be said that the weapon souls were just too powerful. They could not resist them at all. Even if Jiang Chen used everything he had, he might not be able to defeat them. After all, the two of them were indestructible, and they were puppets with a mind of their own. That was the most terrifying thing about them. With a weapon in hand, it was like they had the help of the gods. They were no weaker than god kings. There's nothing to say. The human heart is unpredictable. I saved them, but they repaid my kindness with enmity. That's pitiful human nature. Hee hee. But they might not have a good ending either. Jiang Chen said as he fought the weapon souls, but their situation was becoming more and more difficult. Tantai Jingzong fell silent because she had nothing to say. You didn't leave either, did you? If you didn't abandon me, then everything I've done for you is worth it. I don't care if they leave me, but if you abandon me, I will really be sad. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Tantai Jingzong's face turned red. Jiang Chen's words caused ripples in her heart. Jiang Chen was indeed a person with a strong character. Although he was annoying, he was loyal to his friends. The two of them were similar in this aspect. Thank you for saying that to me. Don't overthink it. I didn't come here for you. I'm here to search for treasures, but I didn't expect to be dragged down by you. Jiang Chen said. Tantai Jingzong rolled her eyes in anger. I didn't say anything. You're just being sentimental, aren't you? Tantai Jingzong was originally very grateful to Jiang Chen, but at this moment, she hated him very much. He was clearly sacrificing himself for others, but it made people feel that he had his own motives. This guy was really too annoying. We're still in deep trouble and can't get out of it. We should at least think of a way to leave, right? If we sit and wait for death, we will only be tortured to death by these two guys. Tantai Jingzong said coldly, regaining her coldness. This Jiang Chen couldn't be nice to him. Otherwise, he would take advantage of him. Let me go. I can do it alone, Jiang Chen said. We're already at this point, so why are you still talking about us? How can you handle it alone? Even the four of us were almost seriously injured by these two guys in the previous battle. Tantai Jingzong said angrily. Jiang Chen was really dragging it too much. At the moment of life and death, he actually wanted to bear it alone. Tantai Jingzong would never put all the pressure on Jiang Chen. Sigh, why don't you believe me? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He was helpless. Was he so untrustworthy? I know your strength very well. It's impossible for you to deal with these two soldier souls. Tantai Jingzong shook her head and said. Jiang Chen knew that she was worried about him, but at this time, he only had one way left. Now, it's time to unsheath it. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a cold smile. Although he couldn't deal with these two soldier souls, the heavenly dragon sword would definitely not let him down. Get out of my way! Jiang Chen shouted angrily. The heavenly dragon sword roared and the sword soul was unsheathed. At that moment, the two soldier souls were shaken off. Yua! Yua! There's something good to eat. Chapter 3268. Let's see whose weapon soul is more powerful. Jiang Chen glanced at Tantai Jingzong. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and moved forward. At this moment, the two weapon souls seemed to have seen the devil and quickly retreated. However, they were still being chased by Jiang Chen. To be exact, they were suppressed by the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword to the point that they could not even lift their heads. The terrifying dragon might was unparalleled. The two weapon souls could not resist at all and were directly enveloped by the heavenly dragon sword. Spare me! A hoarse voice reverberated in the hall. However, in Tantai Jingzong's eyes, it was so crisp and sweet. The two weapon souls were actually so dispirited and listless under the pressure of Jiang Chen's sword soul. Didn't you want to kill me before? Now all of you must die, Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. These weapon souls, for them, could not be avoided. However, for Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, they were a great tonic. The sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword could absolutely devour them completely. Swords had spirits, tools had souls, especially primal origin treasure. Each primal origin treasure had its own soul. Some of them had not awakened, some of them had died. These primal origin treasures were quite weak. Although they were called primal origin treasures, they were not much stronger than a peak primordial divine tool. At most, the difference was in quality. A primal origin treasure with its own weapon soul was a real primal origin treasure. The moment the sword soul of Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was awakened, it was filled with endless sword qi. Although Jiang Chen did not know how powerful the heavenly dragon sword was, the two weapon souls gave him the answer. The two divine weapons of the five great emperors did not dare to stop in front of the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword. This was enough to show how powerful and terrifying the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword was. There's something delicious to eat. Baby is going to grow up again. Yua! Even Jiang Chen was not affected by the sword soul's childish voice, because it was so powerful that the two soldier souls had no room to resist. Moreover, it was still so cute at this time. Jiang Chen knew that his sword soul was still in the growth stage, which meant that the heavenly dragon sword still had enough room to grow. At least for now, among the primordial treasures, there should be no divine weapon that could compete with Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly dragon sword swept across the void and the two soldier souls were completely devoured. The heavenly dragon sword shone even more brilliantly. The terrifying sword qi was even more shocking and intimidating. This is simply appalling, Tantai Jingzong murmured. She still couldn't believe what she was seeing, but it was the truth. This guy was really terrifying. Tantai Jingzong didn't know where he came from, but his loyalty was admirable. The sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword instantly devoured the two soldier souls. The bodies of Beili Shengyang and Jiahe Donglu finally fell to the ground. They were dead because their spirit, Qi, divine spirit and soul were all devoured by the soldier souls. What was left was just a bag of skin. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This guy was really too handsome. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked disdainfully in all directions. His momentum was like a dragon. This was a real peerless genius. At this moment, the two of them were finally out of danger. The two soldier souls were unstoppable in their eyes, but in Jiang Chen's hands, they were nothing. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Tantai Jingzong couldn't help but think, how many tricks does this guy have that I don't know? Sun Xiaolong leading Jiang Chen to the palace of the five great sovereigns was definitely a good thing for the fossil sect. However, this matter was messed up by the 100 Qi Huayu. This guy could not bear to see others doing well, and it was mostly because of Tantai Jingzong that he held a grudge against Jiang Chen. However, Tantai Jingzong never cared about such a narrow-minded person. Although Jiang Chen's true strength had not reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm, his ability was something that even Divine Emperors could only look up to. From this point alone, Tantai Jingzong knew that he would not be in any danger if he followed Jiang Chen. How is it? I have already said that I can handle it alone, but you still don't believe me. Are you scared by my handsome side now? Ha! Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong with a smile. At this moment, the corner of her mouth finally revealed a smile. Although it was full of disdain, Jiang Chen noticed that this was the first time Tantai Jingzong smiled. You look beautiful when you smile. Why don't you smile a little? Isn't life meant to be happy? If you're not happy, then what's the point of living? Jiang Chen said meaningfully. Tantai Jingzong stopped smiling again. Even if it was just a gentle smile, it was still a sweet smile that could move people's hearts. Everyone's fate is different. I don't have the right to laugh at you for being crazy, and you don't have the right to laugh at me for being crazy. There are many meanings to life. It's not necessary to live for happiness. Tantai Jingzong said Lang Lang as if there was a hidden meaning in her words. Just like what she said, it was the truth. It's fine if you don't want to laugh. How can you have such a great understanding of life? Forget it. We should go in and have a look. Oh right, the place that those fellas entered, is it called Xueqi? Jiang Chen frowned and asked. This fella was really reasonable. He couldn't be bothered to bicker with her. Tantai Jingzong shook her head. No, Xueqi is an incomparably huge ocean. Rumor has it that the five great sovereigns can connect to Xueqi, but it doesn't mean that they can take it in their hands. Xueqi is mysterious and unfathomable. There are countless legends about it. No one knows about it. Every time Xueqi appears, it will be accompanied by a terrifying disaster. Some people want to find Xueqi, but there's no trace of it. The five great sovereigns is the last one to enter Xueqi. His strength might not be the strongest in the history of the divine world, but the secret on him is something that everyone wants to know. Where is Xueqi? How did he break through the barrier of the Emperor realm? These are all things that people want to know. Tantai Jingzong's words made Jiang Chen even more curious about the five great sovereigns. What was this person's background? He actually had such a glorious history. Were the five great sovereigns really so fascinating? However, the first thing that the two of them needed to do now was to catch up with those fellas and enter the deep sea hall. It was hard to determine whether this place was Xueqi or not, but if they didn't go in, they would never know the secret inside. Chapter 3269. After the great Emperor Divine Weapon lost its soul, it became a masterless object. Although it could not be compared to before, it was still a primordial origin treasure, which was much stronger than a peak primordial divine weapon. As for the soul, it was formed by the spiritual energy of the user or when it was refined. Therefore, even if a primordial origin treasure did not have a soul, it could still be nurtured slowly. Every divine weapon that had its own soul was quite terrifying. Jiang Chen took the two great Emperor divine weapons without hesitation. Although Tantai Jingzong was a little envious, he had nothing to say. After all, the great Emperor divine weapons were obtained by Jiang Chen. If it were not for him, they would have died without a burial place. He had no objection to the two great Emperor divine weapons. Moreover, he did not like any of the two great Emperor divine weapons. Now it's time to see where these guys have gone. Whether it's Xueqi or something else, I want to find out the truth. These bastards have deceived me. I want to kill all of them here. Jiang Chen said with a cold look in his eyes. He stared at the closed door without blinking. Don't be too full of yourself. Those guys are not easy to deal with. They did not use their full strength at all. The major sects can send the real mainstay of the great emperors, the best of the younger generation, to the temporary imperial residence of the 5 great emperors. Firstly, the temporary imperial residence is very important. Secondly, if they are not strong enough, why would they be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility? If they use all their trump cards, even a divine emperor expert would have to avoid them. I know you are not weak, but you want to make all of them your enemy? You are too arrogant. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Jiang Chen. This guy is still so arrogant. I hope he will not do anything too reckless. Otherwise, even I can't save him. I hope they won't let me down. Jiang Chen smiled evilly. The two of them opened the closed door again. An aqua-blue world entered Xiao Chen's eyes. Countless fish swam through the water, creating a beautiful scene. The underwater world was a beautiful sight to behold. Tantai Jingzong looked at the beautiful underwater world and was instantly captivated by the scenery. Were they going to enter the underwater world next? He couldn't believe it. What an underwater world! Jiang Chen looked at this scene solemnly. Even he felt that this place was very spectacular, but he didn't know what kind of existence it was. The two of them looked at each other and stepped into the underwater world. The bone-chilling coldness penetrated their hearts, but to Jiang Chen, he didn't care at all. As soon as they entered the underwater world, they quickly moved forward. The seaweed, corals, and fish were all within reach. However, after admiring it, Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong didn't have the mood to linger. Instead, they quickly caught up. This underwater world was connected to the palaces of the 5 great emperors. It was not simple. The two of them moved forward for several thousand meters. The fish around them were getting bigger and bigger. They were only the size of a palm at first, but as they walked out of the door, the fish became bigger and bigger. The ordinary deep-sea fish had already reached the size of a human, the giant turtle the size of a stone lion, and the octopus the size of a house. Gradually, there were more and more fish around Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong. Look, there's an underwater divine palace. It's all made of ice. Tantai Jingzong's eyes moved. The incomparably huge divine palace in the distance had attracted their attention. It was surrounded by incomparably huge schools of fish. The horrifying schools of fish had almost completely blocked the underwater divine palace. Only through the gaps could they see a trace of the underwater divine palace. The two of them kept swimming forward, but at this time, there were countless giant fish rushing towards Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong. Let's go! Jiang Chen shouted. His face was gloomy as he grabbed Tantai Jingzong's hand. A gigantic shark brushed past the two of them. Its terrifying bloody mouth almost swallowed the two of them. That terrifying gigantic shark bared its bloodthirsty fangs. It was 40 to 50 meters long, and its body was incomparably sturdy, covering the sun and sky. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen. The scene just now was too thrilling. Even a half-step divine emperor expert might not be able to dodge it. Even if he managed to dodge it, he would definitely be attacked by that gigantic shark. Jiang Chen and the gigantic shark looked at each other. The shark's eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. It wanted to eat Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong. These two humans would be great nourishment for it. This fella has actually reached the half-step divine emperor realm. But this is its territory. It'll be very difficult for us to defeat it. Under such circumstances, its strength might increase tenfold, and our strength will be weakened by a lot. We must be careful. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. At this moment, the two of them were facing the terrifying gigantic shark. Their eyes were extremely solemn. They were like fish in water in the other party's territory. Therefore, this gigantic shark was extremely crazy. It was not afraid of Jiang Chen at all. Two lowly humans. Your flesh and blood are the perfect ingredients for me. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, that incomparably massive giant-toothed shark bared its fangs and spoke sinisterly. All living things have spirits, let alone this ferocious gigantic shark. Its strength had already reached the half-step divine emperor realm. Most importantly, they were under the sea, not on land. The attack power of the gigantic shark was far beyond that of an ordinary half-step divine emperor. Now, the gap between the two of them was non-existent. It would depend on their luck as to who would win. This damned gigantic shark. How dare it provoke us? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth carried a cold expression. Looks like if I don't teach him a lesson, he really won't know how many eyes Lord Ma has. Roar, roar, roar. Lowly humans. I am your supreme emperor. I am not a shark. I am the tidal sea spirit. My name is Yuan Hua. Tidal sea spirit. Yuan Hua? Never heard of it. But you are still able to leave your name in front of me before you die. That's a pretty decent death. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Brat, I see that you don't know what's good for you. You still don't know what's good for you. You're courting death by fighting me. Chapter 3270. Then just take it that I'm not afraid of death. I'll capture this big guy and get to the bottom of this. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he exchanged glances with Tantai Jingzong. Be careful. Tantai Jingzong was prepared to join forces with Jiang Chen to deal with the so-called tidal sea spirit. However, Jiang Chen did not plan to let Tantai Jingzong take action. He alone was more than enough to deal with it. Just watch carefully. Leave this kind of laborious work to me. A woman should have a woman's attitude. Jiang Chen said. Tantai Jingzong was slightly stunned. She did not expect Jiang Chen to say such considerate words. In fact, she did not know that Jiang Chen was worried that if Tantai Jingzong took action, the tidal sea spirit would definitely target her. Then, she would be restrained instead. Just you alone? You dare to clamor at me? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Go to hell for this sovereign. Roar. The tidal sea spirit let out a furious roar. The fishes at the bottom of the sea retreated. No one dared to approach their battle circle. Jiang Chen stood proudly without fear. Roar. Jiang Chen also let out a deep roar. Compared to the tidal sea spirit, his voice was not loud, but it was deep and resounding. Even Tantai Jingzong was surprised. This voice was filled with a domineering aura, the aura of a king. It's actually the roar of a dragon? In an instant, the eyes of the tidal ocean spirit were filled with shock as it took a step back instinctively. Its eyes were filled with fear. It had not expected that this inconspicuous-looking fellow would be a member of the dragon tribe. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The tidal sea spirit was filled with disbelief. But that was indeed the roar of a dragon. Otherwise, why would it retreat? The pressure that came from its bones was something that it could not resist. The dragon roar resounded, startling the entire underwater world and causing it to go berserk. Why were you? Are you a dragon? That's impossible. You're clearly a human. You're definitely not a dragon. The tidal sea spirit said fiercely. It did not expect that it would be forced to retreat by a human. This was its territory. Don't you know whether I'm a dragon or not? You better think it through if you want to fight with me. Jiang Chen smiled. All of this is just an illusion that you created. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The tidal ocean spirit roared furiously and dashed towards Jiang Chen. It didn't believe that Jiang Chen was really a descendant of the dragon race. Although its heart was filled with greed because the dragon roar had made it feel a tremendous pressure, it wouldn't be willing to let these two bastards go just like that. It couldn't even get its hands on those bastards before as they escaped together. Now that these two were alone, it wouldn't show any mercy to them. If such delicious food were to escape, how could they lead the underwater creatures here? The tidal sea spirit recklessly charged at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew that this would be a tough battle, so he immediately used his dragon transformation. The moment the tidal sea spirit appeared, the tidal sea spirit felt that this guy was not someone to be trifled with. However, the arrow on the bowstring had to be released. It had already launched its attack. Even though it could feel the increasingly terrifying dragon might coming from Jiang Chen, it did not want to give up. Most importantly, this was its territory. That was why it dared to be so unbridled. Although the dragon might was suppressing it, it was not enough to turn it into a soft-footed shrimp. At this moment, it had to make a swift and decisive move. Jiang Chen stood at the bottom of the sea. His eyes were extremely clear, completely disregarding the tidal sea spirit that was charging at him. Jiang Chen punched out. The water rippled and whirlpools were formed. The punch landed on the tidal sea spirit's head. The tidal sea spirit trembled and felt dizzy. After being hit by Jiang Chen's punch, all its preparations were in vain. It did not expect this guy to be so terrifying. His strength seemed to have increased. A peak hierarch realm could actually make a half-step divine emperor like this? The tidal sea spirit's heart was filled with shock. However, it could not stop. This battle must be fought to the last moment, for its delicacy and to verify whether this guy was a true dragon or not. Roar, roar, roar. The tidal ocean spirit kept roaring, as if it was declaring its ownership over Jiang Chen. It was fearless and unflinching. That terrifying airwave had changed the color of the heavens and earth. Under the sea, the tidal ocean spirit was twisting the universe. Numerous whirlpools were rising up from the bottom of the sea, and the tidal ocean spirit was crashing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered. The tidal sea spirit that was charging towards him was also shocked. The whirlpools that it created could not move Jiang Chen at all. Moreover, it seemed that his strength was not limited to this. The horrifying dragon prestige had suppressed at least 20% of its strength. The tidal sea spirit felt that this guy must have come prepared. No matter how strong the dragon prestige was, it must give this reckless human a head-on blows. The tidal sea spirit swung its tail and slashed horizontally. It was like a sharp long blade, slashing through the water. It was extremely fast and light, making it hard for one to defend against it. Jiang Chen looked calm. He grabbed the tidal sea spirit's tail in an instant. What the tidal sea spirit did not expect was that Jiang Chen started to grab its tail and swung it around crazily, causing the entire underwater world to become violent. An extremely horrifying whirlpool was formed with Jiang Chen as the center. The tidal sea spirit was swung around by Jiang Chen, as if its flesh and blood were going to fly out. Jiang Chen was extremely strong. His head was above the sky, and his feet were on the ground. He looked calm as he swung the tidal sea spirit that weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms as if it was nothing. It was extremely shocking and terrifying. This guy is too much of a freak. Tan Tai Jingzong murmured. Jiang Chen's strength, speed, and strength were not affected at all in this underwater world. Even the overlord gigantic teeth shark was helpless in his hands. He was simply a ferocious beast in human form. Needless to say, the tidal sea spirit was in a miserable state in Jiang Chen's hands. It was swung around until it reached its limit. Finally, it fell to the bottom of the sea. Countless corals and boulders were smashed, sinking deep into the seabed as if they were embedded there. Spare me, Lord Long, spare me. Chapter 3271. The tidal ocean spirit was extremely shocked. Even if this guy wasn't a dragon, he was most likely a close relative of the dragon race. Not only did he have such a terrifying dragon aura, he even had the body of a human dragon. Now you know how to beg for mercy? Where's your ferociousness from before? Jiang Chen grabbed the tidal ocean spirit's tail and fiercely swung it up, once again smashing it into the giant rock in the underwater world. Blood dyed its body red, but strangely, the blood didn't spread across the entire ocean. It only lingered within a 10-meter radius around the tidal ocean spirit. Even Jiang Chen was surprised by this. He didn't know if it was because this tidal ocean spirit was different from a human, or was because of the strange nature of this ocean. Spare me, Lord Long. I know I was wrong. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare this lowly life of mine. The tidal ocean spirit's miserable voice echoed in the underwater world. Jiang Chen frowned, but he didn't kill it. After all, he had to ask the tidal ocean spirit if he wanted to know something. He knew nothing about the underwater world. In order to avoid taking a detour, he might be able to learn some secrets from the tidal ocean spirit. Now you know how to surrender? Hee, what were you thinking just now? I love eating fish the most. You're so big, you should be enough for me to eat for 8 to 10 years. I heard that it's best to dig out the eyes. What do you think? Jiang Chen said with a smile. The tidal ocean spirit's eyes were filled with fear. It had already witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. How would it dare to be disrespectful now? Lord Long, please be magnanimous. I beg you to let me go. It's not easy for me to cultivate for thousands of years. Are you saying that if you eat me, my cultivation will be easy? Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. No. I didn't mean that. Lord Long, please forgive me. Facing the tidal ocean spirit's attitude, Jiang Chen found it funny. Jiang Chen still had use for it. There was no meaning in killing it. Then I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer me well, I might be happy and let you go. Lord Long, please ask me. I'll tell you everything I know. The tidal ocean spirit said hurriedly. What is this place? What kind of place is the ice palace? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The tidal sea spirit trembled in fear, not daring to be negligent. This is the Xueqi Sea, one of the largest oceans in the world. As for the Ice Palace, it was built by a great emperor. It's called the Ice Palace of the Sea. Xueqi? Could it be that in front of them was the endless Xueqi Sea? If we go out of the sea, where will the outside world be? Tantai Jingzong asked. I don't know. I've never been out. I haven't even been to the surface of the sea because I can't go out. All the creatures here can only live at the bottom of the sea. They can't jump out of the water. Although I really want to go out and see the outside world, I can't. The tidal ocean spirit said helplessly. Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong looked at each other. This was really Xueqi, so why couldn't they break out of the sea? Not even the creatures of the sea like them could. What's going on with this ice palace? Was it built by the 5 great emperors? Jiang Chen continued to ask. I don't think so. This ice palace has always existed. It wasn't built by the 5 great emperors. As for what's inside the ice palace, I don't know either. All the divine emperor realm experts under the sea have entered this place. However, I don't know why they have never broken through to the next realm. Moreover, they have left an ancestral rule in the underwater world. Those below the divine emperor realm are not allowed to enter this ice palace. This ice palace seems to be a place protected by our #1 clan. I wonder what kind of place this ice palace is. I'm also very curious about it. However, I can't enter it now. The tidal ocean spirit sighed. It was also very curious about this ice palace. However, they were not allowed to enter the ice palace unless they had reached the divine emperor realm. Is this ice palace that strange? Moreover, all the divine emperor realm experts under the sea have entered the ice palace. However, none of them came out. Don't you think that this is an ominous place? Jiang Chen asked doubtfully. It can't be. All the living beings in the underwater world, almost all the experts within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles are here. That's because the ice palace has extremely dense divine origin energy for us to cultivate in. Cultivating around the ice palace can yield twice the result with half the effort. The tidal ocean spirit said. Jiang Chen was shocked. He had also noticed this. However, there was no reason for him to do so. The ice palace had an extremely dense divine origin chi for billions of living beings under the sea to cultivate endlessly. This ice palace was not any weaker than the dragon vein. It even made people curious. Such a dense divine origin chi was irresistible. These living beings came to this ice palace for cultivation. This ice palace is 100 miles wide. It's very grand. I really don't know who built it. Was it really not built by the 5 great emperors? Tantai Jingzong was even more curious. The ice palace's magnificence was rarely seen. The ice palace of 1,000 miles was a huge project. Even if the great emperors were to personally build it, it would not be completed in a day. However, what Jiang Chen cared about the most was the tidal ocean spirit's words. All the divine emperor experts had entered the ice palace but none of them came out. Could it be that this is a holy land for cultivation? But why didn't any of the experts come out? This was the strangest thing. Moreover, the descendants of the underwater world were also warned that they must reach the divine emperor realm before they could enter the ice palace. What's the meaning of all this? Jiang Chen always felt that this ice palace was not a good place. The existence of this ice palace was quite thought-provoking. It was in the palace of the 5 great emperors and it was in the Xueqi Sea. However, the Xueqi Sea could not break out from the sea. Jiang Chen felt that everything here was quite strange and inexplicable. Even divine emperor realm experts couldn't come out after entering. I also want to see what's in here. Jiang Chen was getting more and more curious. No one could stop him from exploring this place. Even though he knew that there were tigers lurking in the mountains, he still had to find out the truth. Plus, those bastards had already disappeared. He couldn't stay here any longer. What kind of place was this ice palace? He had to find it as soon as possible. Have you seen anyone enter the ice palace before? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, there were 4 of them. However, it's not easy for them to enter the ice palace. I tried to enter the ice palace before, but I couldn't find the entrance. It's very difficult. The tidal ocean spirit shook her head and said, why don't you go down with us? I don't know if you're lying to us now. Half-step divine emperor. Could it be that you can't transform into human form? Jiang Chen said lung lung. Chapter 3272. I can't go against the ancestral behest. Master Long, the tidal ocean spirit was in a difficult position. You should be very clear about the other path. Jiang Chen said. All right, I'll go with you. The tidal ocean spirit hurriedly said because it knew that if it disobeyed, there would only be one ending for it. Although this peak hierarch realm human was not strong, his means were shocking, especially his terrifying human dragon body. Even the tidal ocean spirit was defeated by him. The tidal ocean spirit instantly turned back to its human form. It was wearing tattered clothes, holding a trident in its hand, with seaweed in its mouth. Its hair was messy, making it look like a fool. You're Yuan Hua, right? Don't worry. Since I'm asking you to come with me to this so-called ice palace, I won't use you as cannon fodder. However, you must not harm anyone. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Jiang Chen said coldly. Yuan Hua nodded with a smile on his face. It was not easy for Jiang Chen to spare his life. He had always wanted to enter the ice palace and explore it. However, due to his weak strength and the existence of the ancestral behest, he did not dare to recklessly search for the ice palace. Help! Help! A shriek resounded through the water. Jiang Chen frowned. The source of the shriek was Wu De, who was running for his life not too far away. At this moment, Wu De was being chased by an incomparably huge tortoise crazily. Under the sea, even a slow tortoise's speed was extremely shocking. As for the fast legs on land, it was completely useless in the underwater world. Wu De looked like he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was being chased by the tortoise until he fled in all directions, narrowly escaping death. It's him? Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Taoist Wu De, I didn't expect you to be so fast in the water. Ha! Jiang Chen said with a laugh. However, he was being chased by a giant tortoise. Brother Jiang, you're still alive? Save me, I really can't run anymore. Wu De's face was full of fear. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be able to enter this place alive. He originally thought that he would definitely die, but he actually came back from the dead. He was really a powerful character. However, Tantai Jingzong probably played a big role. Otherwise, how could Jiang Chen turn the tide and destroy the two great soldier souls by himself? However, for now, Wu De's life was on the line. He was being chased by the giant turtle until he swam back and forth in the water. It was extremely tragic. You can play with it first. I'm willing to bet that this giant turtle won't be able to catch up to you, Taoist Wu De. Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Since this matter had nothing to do with him, he sat on top of the mountain and watched the tigers fight. Previously, when he was in danger, this old Taoist turned and ran. Now that he was being suppressed by this giant turtle, he was quite depressed. Brother Jiang, you are a righteous and magnanimous person. You can't be so petty. Previously, I was also forced to abandon you. You don't know, but I thought your soul had already returned to heaven. My heart has always been filled with anxiety. If that's the case, how could I not be able to get rid of a mere old turtle? Wu De said with a solemn face. After being bitten by the giant turtle a few times, his clothes were torn to shreds. His Taoist robe had completely turned into a beggar's outfit. Seeing that you are so pitiful, I'll save you once. Jiang Chen smiled and stopped teasing Wu De. Other than being a timid person who was afraid of death, Wu De didn't seem to be a bad person. Yuan Hua, do you know this giant turtle? Jiang Chen said. Yuan Hua nodded and said in a deep voice, Master Turtle, give me some face and let it go. This person is our friend. Roar, roar. The giant turtle roared angrily. Its eyes were filled with anger. If it wasn't for you, I would have swallowed this guy alive. This is infuriating. Taoist Wu De, what did you do to infuriate the heavens? This Master Turtle has never had a temper. Even if some marine creatures went to provoke him, he would never get angry. You must have provoked him. Yuan Hua said with a straight face. No. We are all friends. We are friends after all. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Wu De chuckled and quickly stood behind Jiang Chen. This stinky old Taoist shit on my back. The giant turtle gritted its teeth and said. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and the corner of his mouth twitched. This Wu De was too immoral. He was just like his name, completely immoral. Do humans have 3 needs? Who doesn't have priorities? We're all friends, so please forgive me. Wu De smiled awkwardly. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to give him a kick. You shit on someone's back and you are still in the right? Where's your Taoist charm? Where's your noble demeanor? Forget it. This poor Taoist has indeed done something wrong. I hope Master Turtle can forgive me. We are all friends. Wu De was also very sensible. He quickly apologized to the giant tortoise. After all, it was indeed his fault for this matter. Master Turtle, we are going to explore the ice palace. Do you want to go? Yuan Hua asked. The giant tortoise was the person with the highest seniority in this underwater world. That's why Yuan Hua was extremely respectful towards him. Although his strength was not at the Divine Emperor realm, even Jiang Chen was curious about how long he had lived. No. I will never go. You guys go if you want. The giant turtle shrunk its head and said in a deep voice. It stared at Jiang Chen with a sneaky look. Why not? Is there something bad in this ice palace? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at the giant turtle. If you want to go, you guys go. I am not going. I haven't lived long enough. None of those Divine Emperor realm experts came back. They must have died in there. I will never break through to the Divine Emperor realm in my life. I am also too lazy to cultivate. I will not go and join in the fun. The old turtle curled its lips and said, You know that there is danger in there? Jiang Chen was even more curious about this old turtle. White skeletons under the ice palace. Take care of yourselves. I've lived for more than 130 million years and no one has ever walked out from the ice palace. At least 20 divine emperors have entered, but none of them have come out. I don't want to die, Jiang Chen sneered. The old turtle acted like it was afraid of wolves and tigers. It stayed in its shell and refused to go out no matter what. Old Senior is knowledgeable. We are not asking you to go with us. We just want to know what kind of place this ice palace is. Chapter 3273. That's not bad. The old tortoise glanced at Yuan Hua and sighed. I've never been inside, so I naturally don't know what's inside. I've never entered before, so I naturally don't know what's inside the ice palace. However, there's definitely danger in there. Otherwise, no one would have entered and never come out. However, I've heard from my ancestor that the ice palace has existed since the ancient times. It's a mysterious place. During the era when the divine world was collapsing, the ice palace was a place that military experts fought for. I don't know who managed to enter the ice palace in the end. However, the ice palace is definitely not a good place. It's like a graveyard of thousands of people. So many divine emperor experts wanted to enter because they wanted to find a chance to escape from here. It's not that I don't want to, I just don't dare to. Death is a terrible thing. It's better to be alive. The old tortoise's eyes were filled with loneliness. He sighed as he recalled the things that happened hundreds of millions of years ago. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed even more. From the old tortoise's words, he was even more certain that the ice palace had existed since ancient times. It was not built by the 5 great emperors at all. Moreover, many divine emperor realm experts entered the ice palace just to find a way out. Jiang Chen was shocked. He did not know what was ahead of him and what was above this underwater world. However, he knew that this place should be a sealed death zone. No one could get out of this place. Entering the ice palace was their only way out. Moreover, the divine origin chi in the ice palace was the densest in the entire underwater world. All of these had left those cornered experts with no other choice but to enter the ice palace and search for a way out. Jiang Chen's heart trembled slightly. He did not know what was in front of him, nor did he know what was on the top of the underwater world. The mysteriousness of the ice palace was even more thought-provoking. Tantai Jingzong did not say a word, but Jiang Chen could see that she had the same feeling as him. Since they had entered the zone of death, they would not take a step back even if they knew that there were tigers in the mountains. Jiang Chen, Tantai Jingzong, Wu De, Yuan Hua, and the others went to the ice palace without hesitation. Old Tortoise looked at the backs of the 4 people as they left. He sighed meaningfully and murmured, Looks like the ice palace is going to change. The closer Jiang Chen got to the ice palace, the denser the divine origin chi became. It had even reached the point of bursting. The terrifying divine origin chi was constantly stimulating the energy in his body. A surging feeling made him feel carefree and incomparably joyful. With the tidal sea spirit leading the way, All the fishes at the bottom of the sea made a path for them. In front of the ice palace was an extremely deep whirlpool of divine origin chi. The terrifying divine origin chi was enough to make a person explode. Divine origin chi. If I were to cultivate here, I would get twice the result with half the effort. If I would. Of Tao I spirit of divine. Wuda said in a low voice. His eyes were solemn. It could be seen that he was very happy with the ice palace's divine origin chi. Although the divine spirit chi here is extremely rich, no matter how good it is, if one absorbs too much of it, one's body will explode. Every year, countless underwater life forms that are eager for quick success die in this underwater world. If it weren't for the strong reproduction ability of the underwater world, I'm afraid they would have been completely extinct by now. Yuan Hua said in a low voice with a calm expression. If he wanted to break through as soon as possible, he might have reached the Divine Emperor realm a long time ago. However, the price he had to pay was that his body would explode from the divine origin chi here. For those greedy people, this place was like an invisible grave. Yuan Hua, do you know where the entrance to the ice palace is? Jiang Chen asked. I know, but I can't get in. Yuan Hua sighed. He really didn't have the ability to get in. The ice palace's gate weighed more than 1 billion pounds. With his strength, he couldn't break through the gate at all. Take me there. Perhaps someone has already opened the door to the ice palace for us. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The four of them quickly went to the entrance of the ice palace. As expected, just as Jiang Chen had expected, the gate had already been opened. The huge gate was completely pushed open. The dark abyss of the ice palace was like an incomparably ferocious beast that opened its bloody mouth to devour the world. It was extremely terrifying. Let's go in. Someone has already led the way for us. Jiang Chen said. Yuan Hua was still a little hesitant, but with Lord Long here, he was also filled with curiosity. He knew that he wasn't strong enough to reach the Divine Emperor realm. Once he reached the Divine Emperor realm, he would definitely choose to enter this place. Because he had cultivated for millions of years without being able to leave this place. It was really like a prison. Yuan Hua had the heart to improve, so he was unwilling to be trapped here. Unlike the old tortoise, who had lived for more than 100 million years in this underwater world, he didn't want to leave this place at all. Jiang Chen took the lead and rushed to the front. Obviously, the road in front of them had already been passed by Bai Chi Huayu and the others. Even if there was danger, it should be impossible to kill them. Gradually, Jiang Chen and the others entered about 1,000 meters. The entire ice palace began to light up gradually because of the surrounding luminous pearls and colorful ice, which illuminated the dark underground palace. On both sides of the ice palace, there were colorful ice sculptures. The sculptures were of the people who had sacrificed their lives to build this ice palace. There were tens of thousands of them. Some were driving the carriages, some were transporting the ice, some were supervising the construction, and some were struggling to walk, all for the sake of building this ice palace. Those people are really pitiful. Wuda revealed a rare sorrowful expression. Those tens of thousands of people had suffered a great deal of pain when they were building the ice palace. Only then did the ice palace gradually build up. Although it was 100 miles wide, it carried the lives of countless people. They walked for more than 5 miles before the ice palace's relief murals completely disappeared. The huge palace in front of them was actually filled with broken ice sculptures. Obviously, there were traces of a battle here. Above the palace, there were hundreds of ice statue guards guarding this place. At this moment, all of those ice statues had shattered, and the scene here was extremely chaotic. It should be Bai Chi Huayu and the others, Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. She was extremely familiar with the traces. The three of them should have gone deeper, but for some unknown reason, they had experienced an extremely terrifying battle here. Less than half of the hundreds of ice sculpture guards were left. Be careful. Chapter 3274. Jiang Chen frowned. He suddenly turned around and grabbed the divine weapon of the ice sculpture. With a roar, the ice sculpture was shattered by Jiang Chen's roar. That ice sculpture was at least a half-step divine emperor. These fellas look majestic and powerful, but they're actually so weak. Looks like I don't have to be afraid of them. Wuda said with a smile when he saw Jiang Chen shattering the surrounding ice sculpture with a roar. It turned out to be a false alarm. That might not be the case. Tantai Jingzong gently crushed a piece of ice in his hand. However, The ice did not melt at all. Instead, the surrounding ice fragments began to reform at this moment. In less than 10 breaths of time, the bodies of the dozens of ice guards that had fallen were all reconstructed. Although they did not have souls, the terror of these hundreds of ice sculptures was self-evident. 100 Qi Huayu, Jia Quanshan, and Bailey Chongyang seemed to have spent a lot of effort to break through these ice sculptures. Your words are truly accurate. Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong's face turned red. However, being surrounded by hundreds of half-step Divine Emperor ice sculptures, they became nervous, especially Yuan Hua and Wu Da. When Jiang Chen turned around, the two of them hugged each other. Their eyes were filled with fear. Master Long, you must protect me. Brother Jiang, you and Sister Tantai won't be bothered by these ice sculptures. I'll stand guard for you. The two of them did the same thing and quickly retreated, filled with fear. Think about how to escape. I can't protect you too. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. Hundreds of ice spears swept through everything in their path, closing in on Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and swung it. Every time he swung his sword, he would shatter an ice sculpture. He killed 10 of them with a single step. Countless ice statue guards rushed towards Jiang Chen one after another, but they were mercilessly chopped into pieces by Jiang Chen. The ground was covered with ice shards, and the ice spears were also fiercely deflected by Jiang Chen. 1 against 100, Jiang Chen did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Jiang Chen's sword chi was terrifying. He was fearless in the midst of the hundreds of ice statues. Wu Da and Yuan Hua looked at each other and felt relieved. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was strong. Otherwise, these hundreds of ice statues would be too terrifying for them. Wu Da and Yuan Hua looked at each other and felt relieved. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was strong. Otherwise, these hundreds of ice statues would be too terrifying for them. Tantai Jingzong was also merciless. She followed behind Jiang Chen. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to face these ice sculptures alone. It was extremely difficult for Tantai Jingzong to deal with these terrifying ice sculptures. Tantai Jingzong encountered more than 20 ice sculptures at most before he was entangled. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was fearless. No matter how many ice sculptures there were, he would shatter them with his sword. Tantai Jingzong couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen in awe. This guy's monstrous strength was reflected in every aspect. He couldn't even see Jiang Chen's sword clearly, but his sword was merciless. Every single one of the ice statues couldn't even last a second against him. In less than half an incense stick's time, the two of them had already chopped down all the ice sculptures. Jiang Chen's back view was like a mountain, and his arrogance was like a dragon. Yuan Hua was shocked. Fortunately, he did not fight with Lord Long, otherwise he would have died in a very ugly way. The scene before them completely shocked Yuan Hua and Wu Da. The two of them looked at each other. Jiang Chen's unstoppable manner was like a demon god descending from the sky. He was unstoppable, domineering, and extremely handsome. Beautiful. Brother Jiang is really not satisfied with our expectations. I said that you are a dragon among men. My foresight is still top-notch. You can't help but be impressed. Wu Da said sincerely. What are you waiting for? Otherwise those ice sculptures will reform again. Jiang Chen frowned. These ice statue guards that could resurrect infinitely were quite strange. Hundreds of half-step Divine Emperor ice statue guards. What kind of place would need so many experts to guard it? Although they were just ice sculptures, their strength wasn't weak. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't have been able to break out of the encirclement in a short period of time. Furthermore, they would have been severely injured. During the battle, Jiang Chen had seen traces of blood. It should be left behind by 100 Qi Huayu and the others. It seemed like they had encountered much more difficulties in breaking out of the encirclement of the ice sculptures than Jiang Chen and the others. Wu Da and Yuan Hua heard Jiang Chen's words and immediately rushed to the front. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who was at the back, felt that someone was following them. When he turned his head, he saw a white fox. Yes, this time, Jiang Chen saw it clearly. It was a white fox. The white fox and Jiang Chen looked at each other. Jiang Chen frowned. When did this white fox appear? It seemed to be the one that he met when he entered the 5 Great Emperor's palace. At this moment, the white fox smiled faintly and looked at Jiang Chen and the others with a playful look. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. This fox really smiled. When it looked at him, there seemed to be a meaningful look in its eyes. Jiang Chen? Why aren't you leaving? Tantai Jingzong called out to Jiang Chen. When he turned his head, there was nothing left on the ground. Jiang Chen frowned. Was it an illusion? Definitely not. The white fox's smile was still fresh in his mind. It was incomparably real. What is it? Jiang Chen murmured in his heart, but he wasn't sure where that white fox came from. The ice sculptures had started to gather together again. Jiang Chen dared not to be careless. If he continued to stay here, there would be no end to it. These ice sculptures seemed to be indestructible. No wonder Yuan Hua and the others had a rule that only divine emperors were allowed to enter the ice palace. Even a divine emperor would not fare any better than Jiang Chen in dealing with these hundreds of half-step divine emperor ice sculptures. Jiang Chen didn't think that he would be able to deal with them. Yuan Hua turned his head with lingering fear. He felt lucky that he did not take the risk to enter the ice palace. Otherwise, he would have died a horrible death. Even if he wanted to enter, it would not be that easy. The terror and mysteriousness of the ice palace had piqued everyone's curiosity. This poor Taoist is really lucky. But it's all thanks to Brother Jiang. If I were to follow those short-lived fools, I would not have a good life. Jiang Chen and the others moved forward quickly. They passed through several palaces, halls and ice sculptures. They felt very familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen them before. Jiang Chen's head felt like it was going to split open at this moment. He wanted to remember where he had seen these ice sculptures, but he could not remember. It felt like his brain was going to be dug out. It was extremely painful and his head felt like it was going to split open. That is, my ancestor. Chapter 3275. That's my ancestor. Yuan Hua's expression was incomparably solemn as he looked at the sculpture at the end of the 7th hall. His eyes flashed with a hint of sorrow and nostalgia. Are you sure that's your ancestor? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. The person on the ice sculpture held a long spear in his hand. His long beard was like a waterfall, his eyebrows were cold, and his aura was vigorous. However, his entire body was sculpted from ice and looked very lifelike. I'm sure that's my ancestor. When I was young, I even played on his lap. I will never forget my ancestor for the rest of my life. Yuan Hua's expression was desolate, and his eyes seemed to be struggling. Amateus Buddha. Could it be that the people on the ice sculptures are all dead? We've already seen dozens of ice sculptures. Don't tell me they're all dead? Wu De said with a surprised expression. However, no one dared to confirm who the ice sculpture was. Would it be like the ice sculpture guards from before, pointing its spearhead at them? Everything was unknown. It seems like most of these ice sculptures are the ancestors of your seabed clan. After they entered this place, they were frozen here for some reason and turned into ice sculptures. They probably can't find the way out. Jiang Chen said in a slightly regretful tone, but the truth was that every one of them was in a precarious situation. Once those ice sculptures moved, they would be trapped once again, and this wasn't a good sign. Yuan Hua seemed to be a person who valued relationships, especially the kinship between him and his ancestor. He knelt in front of the ice sculptures and felt sad. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He actually saw the divine blade that Bai Chi Huayu obtained in the corner. Why was it here? Jiang Chen quickly walked over and picked up the divine blade. This divine blade had not been recognized by Bai Chi Huayu as its master. Otherwise, Bai Chi Huayu would have been completely devoured by the weapon soul. Why is this divine blade here? Tantai Jingzong was also very surprised. This should have been the 100 Qi transforming rain item. Could it be that the 100 Qi transforming rain encountered some mishap? It must be because of some reason that 100-foot rain didn't have the time to deal with the divine saber and escaped by himself. Looks like this ice palace is getting stranger and stranger. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. It seemed that he couldn't stay here for long. At the very least, he had to find 100 Qi Huayu and the others first. Are you saying that 100 Qi Huayu isn't dead yet? Tantai Jingzong said. He shouldn't die so easily. Haven't you heard that good people don't live long, while scourges live for thousands of years? Humph, Jiang Chen sneered. This time, Tantai Jingzong didn't refute. She thought that 100 Qi Huayu was just a little selfish, but he would stand above the sect's benefits. However, he dealt with Jiang Chen without any reason, causing their relationship to fall apart. Moreover, he went alone at this time, completely leaving her and Jiang Chen behind. This made Tantai Jingzong very disappointed. However, everyone had their own ambitions. She couldn't say anything more. Some people always liked to think that they were infallible. She just let him be, because she felt that Jiang Chen was more reliable than 100 Qi Huayu. Although she hadn't spent a lot of time with Jiang Chen, and she had been friends with Bai Qi Huayu for tens of thousands of years, it was hard to tell what kind of person Bai Qi Huayu was. After this incident, she had a clearer understanding of what kind of person Bai Qi Huayu was. He was narrow-minded, and sinister. People who walked different paths couldn't make plans together. Tantai Jingzong was a very righteous person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have turned back to save Jiang Chen and Tyrant even though she had already escaped. It was because she didn't want to owe anyone. It seems like you don't care about his life. Jiang Chen smiled. What does his life have to do with me? Although we are from the same sect, we aren't the same kind of people. Tantai Jingzong said coldly, full of disdain for 100 Qi Huayu. Just like Jiang Chen, she looked down on people like 100 Qi Huayu. It seems like we are kindred spirits. Ha! Jiang Chen said with a big laugh. However, he was also very vigilant, looking at the ripples in the surrounding space. Nothing could escape his eyes. Hee hee. However, at this moment, Wu De discovered a small pond. The pond was square, only 7 feet wide. In the pond, there was water as clear as a hot spring. Moreover, it hadn't frozen yet. Although it looked clear, it was like a mirror, and the bottom of the pond couldn't be seen. When Wu De saw the pond, she couldn't help but exclaim. The three of them quickly rushed over. Wu De's face was pale, and she almost fell to the ground. Her whole body revealed an unnatural expression. This. How is this possible? There's something wrong with the water in the pond. There's definitely something wrong, Wu De said with a pale face. Even her voice was trembling. Jiang Chen and the other two also had a serious expression, as if they were facing a great enemy. None of them dared to take another step forward, for fear of any accidents. What's going on? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice, staring at Wu De. This pond actually turned me into a pig. It's too terrifying. I looked at it several times, and it was always a pig. How can I not be afraid? Wu De said while patting her chest. I don't believe it. Is there really such a strange thing in this world? Yuan Hua took a step forward and stood in front of the pond. Sure enough, he was a refined scholar in his previous life. This should be the pool of rebirth. It can see a person's previous life and current life. I've read about it in an ancient book. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice, looking at the pool of rebirth with a complicated expression. It's true. I was really a refined scholar in my previous life. I've also seen something else. I actually won first place in a literature competition in the city. The title was My Father, the City Lord. It was a voluminous poem with several hundred words. Her writing was vigorous, and she was respected by thousands of people. Yuan Hua said with a face full of excitement. Looks like I was really a powerful person in my previous life. Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong looked at each other. At this moment, even Jiang Chen was quite interested. He wanted to see his previous life. However, at this moment, he heard a wave of pig-like shrieks. Fuck! According to what you said, I was a pig in my previous life? No. I don't believe it. The corner of Wu De's mouth twitched as he said with a hideous expression. He couldn't help but beat his chest and stomp his feet. This can't be true. This can't be true. Jiang Chen smiled and said with a disdainful expression, Smelly old Taoist, you don't have to struggle anymore. No matter how much you struggle, you can't change the fact that you were a pig in your previous life. Ha! Jiang Chen's ridicule made Wu De speechless. After all, he was the one who said that pig's head. This damned pool of rebirth. Wu De flew into a rage out of humiliation. He turned around and sat on the ground, sulking like a child who couldn't afford to lose. Chapter 3276. How could this be? Could it be that you were a cloud of mist in your past life? Yuan Hua said with a surprised look on his face. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's good that I can't see it. There's no next life after all. It's better not to know about some things. Life will become boring if you know about it. Tantai Jingzong did not believe Jiang Chen's words. However, she could not understand. Did this fella not have a past life? What's going on? Chaotic chi? Tantai Jingzong was curious, but she could not understand. Perhaps even Jiang Chen did not know why. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong. You come and try. I'll forget about it. It's just as you said. Now that I know, my life has become boring. Tantai Jingzong said faintly without any emotion. Before Jiang Chen could speak, a terrifying flying dagger pierced through the void and shot towards Jiang Chen. It was a close call. Jiang Chen caught the terrifying flying dagger with 2 fingers. His eyes were cold. 3 yellow-clothed men looked at Jiang Chen coldly. Kid, you're really lucky to be able to be together with the heavenly lady of the fossil sect. Even Bai Chi Huayu was abandoned by you guys? The yellow-clothed man who was leading said with a smile. Huang Baidang, watch your mouth. Tantai Jingzong frowned and said coldly. Ha ha ha. Could it be that Miss Tantai has flown into a rage out of embarrassment? As far as I know, Bai Chi Huayu has also entered this place. However, his figure has disappeared. This is really intriguing. Huang Baidang said with a smile. Jiang Chen frowned. This fella is really annoying. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. With a flick of his finger, 3 ice arrows shot out from the rebirth pond, heading straight for the trio. The 3 of them felt a chill down their spines. They did not dare to be careless and instantly melted the ice arrows. However, their faces turned gloomy. This peak-late hierarch kid was so strong. He fought against 3 of them alone and made them look like they were facing a formidable enemy. Interesting. It's impolite not to reciprocate, Jiang Chen said coldly. He looked at them coldly. These 3 fellows were not good people. They should be from Zhongxing sect. Brat, you're courting death. Huang Daqi's eyes turned cold as he took the initiative to attack, closing in on Jiang Chen. He immediately executed a terrifying attack, causing a terrifying gust of wind to sweep across the place, causing the hearts of his opponents to tremble. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He met the attack with one hand and punched out with his fist. All of the palm winds were dispersed by Jiang Chen. Huang Daqi and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so abnormal. Not to be outdone, Huang Daqi still wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by his big brother, Huang Baidang. Third brother, come back. Huang Baidang shouted in a deep voice. Huang Daqi's face turned gloomy. He was extremely unwilling. He was confident that he could defeat Jiang Chen, but his big brother asked him to come back. How could he not be angry? Why did his big brother not let him teach this guy a lesson? Zhongxing sect, Huang Baidang, Huang Chenglong, Huang Daqi. Brother, looks like you're quite skilled. No wonder you're able to win Miss Tantai's heart. Hee, we're all here for the hidden treasure. There's no need to fight, right? Huang Baidang said with a smile. His facial expression changed rapidly. This kind of person was the most dangerous because you never knew when he would appear behind you and give you a fatal blow. Alright. Sure enough, Jiang Chen had guessed the identity of these 3 people. Jiang Chen did not continue to fight with these 3 people. Although he was not afraid, if there was an accident at this time, things would not be so easy to solve. Huang Baidang's intention was the same as Jiang Chen's. If it was a soft persimmon, they could play with it. However, this guy's strength was obviously not ordinary. The ice arrow just now was just a warning. Moreover, there were Tantai Jingzong and 2 unidentified guys. In this battle, they would not have any advantage. These 3 guys are not easy to deal with. You have to be careful. Tantai Jingzong transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen and said, I'm not easy to mess with. If they have evil intentions, I won't be merciful. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart, transmitted his voice, and glanced at Tantai Jingzong. Miss Tantai, is Brother Bai Chi really gone? Huang Baidang asked doubtfully. He and Jia Quanshan are already in front of us. We are just trying to catch up with his pace. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. I see. Hee. I knew that Brother Bai Chi wouldn't die so easily. I know his strength. Even an ordinary divine emperor might not be able to withstand his attack. Huang Baidang said with a smile. We should go too. Otherwise, Brother Huang, aren't you afraid that all the good things will be taken away by those people? Hee. Bai Chi Huayu and Jia Quanshan have already taken away 2 great emperor divine weapons. Tantai and I almost died in the hands of this bastard. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. There's such a thing? Huang Baidang said with a surprised expression. However, his heart was as calm as still water. In the palaces of the 5 great emperors, all of them came for the hidden treasures. If they died, it would only mean that they were not strong enough and were not qualified to continue. However, it seemed like they had completely fallen out with Bai Chi Huayu. This was a good opportunity. Brother, I know Bai Chi Huayu's character. He's just a cunning and treacherous person. He won't be able to achieve anything great. If we join hands, we will surely be able to kill him and avenge you. Huang Baidang said confidently. Let's catch up with them first. Jiang Chen said faintly. The group quickly entered the deeper palace. Tantai Jingzong was the last one. He couldn't help but look back at the rebirth pool with a complicated expression. Is this the place where the 5 great emperors hid their treasures? Oh my god, it's so magnificent. Bai Chi Huayu stared at the palace in front of him. Countless treasures blinded his eyes. Even though he was a half-step divine emperor, he couldn't control his emotions. I have never seen so many treasures in my life. Jia Quanshan murmured. In this incomparably huge palace, there was a mountain of treasures, and there were 5 guards standing around it. Every one of them had a ferocious aura. Although they were ice sculptures, they were vivid and lifelike, giving off an intimidating feeling without being angry. At the back of the Great Hall, there was an incomparably gigantic relief sculpture. This relief sculpture was made from bluestone and wasn't made from ice. On the surface of the relief sculpture, there was a man riding on a majestic eagle, wielding a divine weapon and piercing it into the body of the majestic eagle. The scene was extremely brutal and majestic. However, no one paid attention to the magnificent carvings. Everyone's gaze was focused on the treasure mountain at this moment. Ha ha ha, it's all mine. Everything here is mine. Chapter 3277. 100 Qi Huayu's eyes were filled with greed. At that moment, the 3 of them, Jia Quanshan, and Bailey Chongyang were all extremely excited. Who would not be tempted by a treasure that could be described as a mountain of treasure? Is that a divine origin crystal? There are dozens of them. That's too terrifying. Jia Quanshan murmured. A piece of divine origin crystal was priceless. Even a supreme-grade divine origin stone could not be exchanged for it because it could provide an endless supply of divine origin qi for one's cultivation. Who wouldn't be shocked? Dozens of divine origin crystals were simply a windfall from the heavens. With the 7 chaotic origin treasures in hand, Bailey Zhongyang seemed to become incomparably powerful. His face glowed with radiance. With so many treasures, they had completely lost themselves. With all these items added together, it was enough to establish an everlasting sect, so why would they still need to live under someone else? With these things, even divine emperors could be ordered around by them. This was the true glory and wealth. You too, we'll split it among ourselves. We'll all have meat to eat. If anyone has any evil thoughts, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to leave this place alive. So we'll split into 3. Do you two have any objections? Bai Chi Huayu said indifferently. All right. I agree. I agree as well. Bailey Zhongyang and Jia Quanshan looked at each other and silently nodded. Although they did not trust each other, in the face of absolute benefits, they had no choice but to establish that fragile trust. Otherwise, it would be just like what Bailey Huayu had said. If they killed each other, it would be too difficult for them to leave. Fortunately, that stinky old Taoist did not follow us. Otherwise, we might have to take a share. Bailey Zhongyang said. If he comes, I'll kill him first. That guy wants to take a share of my things? Humph, he's dreaming. Bai Chi Huayu sneered. The boundless wealth in front of them all belonged to him. Dozens of divine weapons, dozens of divine origin crystals, countless spiritual herbs and cultivation techniques. This was something they could never imagine before. You're right. You're right. A guy who hasn't even reached the half-step divine emperor realm. I don't know how that stinky old Taoist and Jiang Chen have the courage to come here. They're just courting death. Now it seems like we've made the right decision. Even if we don't keep them there, they're still doomed to die in this ice palace. Jia Quanshan said indifferently. His eyes were filled with boundless wealth and treasures. Ha ha ha, after going out, I'll establish my own sect. Once my strength reaches the divine emperor realm, I'll definitely establish my own force in the central region divine land. 100 Feet Huayu's eyes shone brightly. It was as if he could already see the moment when he established his own sect. Tens of thousands of people would respect him, and countless people would come one after another to congratulate him. He would become a true sect master instead of being a parasitic child of someone else's sect. He would also have to experience the cruelty of a life and death battle. If he lost, it would be a crushing defeat. But now he already had this strength. Why would he return to the fossil sect to ask for trouble? Bai Chi Huayu was ambitious and heroic. He had already calculated everything. The moment he got out of this ice palace would be the day of his rise. Bailey Zhongyang and Jiahe Quanshan were basically the same. They would only survive if they went crazy. They were now completely caught in the battle for the treasures. Fortunately, there wasn't too much of a fight. Even if the treasures were to be divided among the three of them, there were still countless of them. Who wants to kill me? Let me see. I promise I won't beat you to death. Just when the three of them were extremely excited, an extremely discordant voice rang out. Bai Chi Huayu and the other two's expressions instantly became extremely gloomy. They suddenly raised their heads. In that instant, their hearts could not help but thump. How could they still be alive? Tantai Jingzong and Jiang Chen had survived the attacks of the two great soldier souls? How was that possible? The two weapon souls were crazy and powerful. They could not control them at all, but Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong still managed to escape. This was extremely bad news for them. More importantly, there were three existences behind Jiang Chen and Tantai Jingzong that they were rather fearful of. So many treasures. It's simply a huge treasure trove. Yeah, looks like we've made the right decision this time. Ha ha ha, big brother, how many treasures do we want? Huang Daqi and Huang Chenglong both looked at Huang Baidang. Huang Baidang smiled, but the softness of his lips was even more unfathomable. Naturally, we want as many as we have. The three tigers of the Huang clan. Huang Baidang, Huang Chenglong, and Huang Daqi. The three of them were powerful cultivators from the Renaissance sect. Their strength was no weaker than theirs. One could imagine that the current situation was no longer as simple as they had imagined. After all, after seeing so much wealth, who wouldn't be shocked and go after it like a flock of ducks? Bailey Zhongyang and the other two understood that it was very likely that they were in the most danger right now. The appearance of the three tigers of the Huang clan and the fact that Tantai Jingzong and Jiang Chen were still alive posed an unimaginable threat to them. So many treasures. We're rich. We're rich. At that moment, Wu De directly leapt into the pile of treasures. He was so happy that he could not close his mouth, rolling around and kicking his legs. Jiang Chen could not help but roll his eyes. This guy was still so shameless. He actually rolled into the pile of treasures as if no one else was around. Tantai, you're still alive. That's fantastic. Our petrified sect definitely won't be the same as them. Bai Chi Huayu exclaimed in joy. A sliver of excitement flickered through his eyes. You still have the face to say that? Ha ha ha, when you left Tantai Jingzong there, why didn't you think about whether you're a part of the petrified sect or not? I originally wanted to help you, but you bastards are so cruel and unscrupulous. Without me, would you be able to split the spoils here in peace? Jiang Chen sneered. Bai Chi Huayu's face darkened as he glared at Jiang Chen. If it weren't for you, why would Tantai return? You're a jinx, Bai Chi Huayu said shamelessly. 100 Chi Huayu said shamelessly. At this moment, all he wanted was for Tantai Jingzong to stand on the same side as him. That way, the three tigers of the Huang clan would definitely not dare to take the initiative to attack them. However, Bai Chi Huayu had never thought Tantai Jingzong would be so decisive. My petrified sect does not have a shameless person like you. Chapter 3278. Haha, isn't it because of the fossil sect? This guy deserves to die. He's not strong enough, yet he still came to cause trouble. If it weren't for him, would you have become enemies with me? We grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Don't tell me you've forgotten all of this? Tantai, step by step, we became the strongest geniuses of the rock sect, the cornerstone of the sect. How magnificent and peerless were we? How peerless were we? But ever since he appeared, everything changed. That's why I have to kill him. Only by killing him can I obtain you. Only then can I let you know who is worthy of you. Bai Chi Huayu said hysterically. His eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he revealed his boundless love for Tantai Jingzong, the love that was hidden deep in his heart. Jiang Chen sneered. This guy just wanted to use the trick of injuring himself to gain Tantai Jingzong's sympathy. However, his acting was too clumsy. It's too late to say anything now. Bai Chi Huayu, do you really think it's for love? Ha ha ha, do you believe what you just said? It's really despicable. It's disgusting to have a scum like you in the fossil sect. Are you worthy of Tantai Jingzong? You're not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Jiang Chen sneered and pointed his spear at Bai Chi Huayu. Their eyes met, and a shocking battle intent burst out from their eyes. Bai Chi Huayu must kill Jiang Chen. Only by killing him could Tantai Jingzong change his mind. Bai Chi Huayu could not be delayed. This time was the best opportunity to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was also full of killing intent as he faced Bai Chi Huayu. This guy must die. He must get rid of the hatred in his heart. Otherwise, it would be a stain on his heart. Jiang Chen wanted to kill Bai Chi Huayu as a warning to others. Both of them were at each other's throats. The killing intent in their eyes gradually converged and was filled with an explosive effect. Jiang Chen, today, 100 feet rain, will sacrifice you to the 5 great emperors. 100 Chi Huayu said in a deep voice. He shouted angrily and pointed his long saber at Jiang Chen. The fact that Jiang Chen was holding the divine saber that 100 Chi Huayu had obtained before made 100 Chi Huayu even more furious. His eyes lit up. This fellow had actually obtained his divine saber. Give me back my divine saber. The 100 feet transformation rain was like a dragon as it charged towards Jiang Chen. The terrifying waves of air rolled over. After all, the 100 feet transformation rain had the ability to fight against a divine emperor. The peerless genius of the petrified sect was evident. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent. He held the divine saber in his hand just to anger this 100 chi rain. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The coldness in his eyes became more intense. You're courting death. Even if you manage to escape from the hands of the weapon soul, I will definitely let you die knowing the truth. 100 Chi Huayu was furious. This fellow had made things difficult for him time and time again. So what if the petrified sect was indebted to him? After obtaining these treasures, he would definitely leave the petrified sect. At that time, he would be the sect master. He did not need to care about anyone's feelings. He wanted to become a true ruler and occupy a place above the central region divine land. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen and 100 Chi Huayu clashed together. Rays of saber light crisscrossed. The 3 tigers of the Huang clan, Jia Quan and the others were happy to watch the show. Because if one of them died, there would be one less person competing with them for the treasures. Tantai Jingzong frowned. Although she hated 100 Chi Huayu very much, he was still a member of the petrified sect. If he really died now, she would definitely be surrounded by enemies. However, from the looks of it, the two of them did not have any intention of stopping. They would definitely not let the matter rest even if they were to kill each other. At this moment, the smelly old Taoist Wuda had disappeared without a trace. As for Yuan Hua, he was staring at the 5 ice sculptures. That was because he felt that his state of mind was still restless, and the source of this restlessness was the 5 ice sculptures. These 5 ice sculptures seemed to be the guards of this place. Ever since Yuan Hua had entered, his gaze had already been focused on this place. However, there was no change in his expression. Only when Jiang Chen took out the divine saber in his hand did Yuan Hua realize that the 5 ice sculptures had actually started to tremble slightly. What's going on? Yuan Hua murmured. Why was he the only one who felt this way? The ice sculpture had actually started to move. Although it wasn't a big movement, it was enough to make people feel a great sense of danger. Miss Tantai, did you see the ice sculpture move? I didn't see it. Are you seeing things? Aren't you a little too nervous? Tantai Jingzong said faintly. At this moment, Yuan Hua only noticed the battle between Jiang Chen and 100 Chi Huayu. However, he did see the ice sculpture move. There was no mistake. Could it be that Tantai Jingzong did not see it? Did everyone turn a blind eye to the movement of the ice sculpture? After all, Jiang Chen's saber technique was not his forte. After putting away the divine saber, Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword again. His entire person became incomparably powerful. In addition, the heavenly dragon sword had previously obtained 2 soldier souls, so the heavenly dragon sword became even more terrifying. Wild Snow Saber. Ice Seal 10,000 Zhang. The 100 Qi Huayu saber technique was exquisite. It blocked Jiang Chen's path. Jiang Chen's sword might surged and the boundless sword interweaved with the 100 Qi Huayu saber. It was actually a draw. Between the two, no one gained the upper hand. Jiang Chen's heart was in awe. This 100 Qi Huayu saber was indeed quite capable. It wasn't considered as deceiving the world. There was a reason why he could become one of the strongest disciples of the fossil sect. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's sword qi was released again. The Sword of Solitude, the 7th sword move. Sword shakes the wind and clouds. The terrifying dragon might was unparalleled. Jiang Chen's aura was like a tiger that could devour 10,000 li. This sword move directly caused 100 Qi Huayu's expression to change drastically. Countless saber shadows turned into layers of defense, completely unable to block Jiang Chen's 7th sword move. With Jiang Chen's strength, even if he was unarmed, he could already kill a half-step divine emperor. After using the dragon transformation, his strength was even stronger. In addition to the Sword of Solitude, it was naturally easy for him to destroy the might of 100 Qi Huayu saber. The wind and clouds were stirred up, and the sword qi was released. The sudden change of the sword move had shocked everyone on the scene. Their strength should be on par with 100 Qi Huayu. At this moment, they all looked at Jiang Chen in a new light. No wonder he could escape from the 2 soldier souls. It turned out that his strength was strong enough. Even the 3 tigers of the Huang family had to re-evaluate Jiang Chen's true strength. Puff. 100 Qi Huayu saber was forced to retreat by Jiang Chen. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and the blood in his body was boiling. This move had directly injured him. He did not expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so terrifying. His previous prediction was all wrong. This guy was comparable to a divine emperor. How could he be a peak hierarch? The gap between them was too huge. The sword shadows dispersed. 100 Qi Huayu saber retreated step by step and instantly fell into a passive position. I don't need to use a butcher's knife to kill you. Jiang Chen kept his heavenly dragon sword and looked straight at 100 Qi Huayu saber. He took a step forward and his aura was like a rainbow. His fists were cold and powerful. Chapter 3279. Jiang Chen was incomparably tyrannical. Barehanded, he clashed head-on with 100 Qi Huayu. At this moment, 100 Qi Huayu was completely stunned. Everyone's expression became extremely marvelous. Jiang Chen's punches landed on 100 Qi Huayu's divine weapon. Saber light flickered, and Jiang Chen's fists were actually comparable to Vajra. Waves of terrifying qi surged as Jiang Chen clenched his fists and attacked. Each of his moves contained the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. This battle caused 100 Qi Huayu to be completely dumbfounded. He had unleashed all of his strength, yet he was still heavily injured by Jiang Chen. Not only that, he couldn't even subdue the bare-handed Jiang Chen. On the contrary, he was suppressed by Jiang Chen's unparalleled momentum. This scene caused the spectators to involuntarily click their tongues. Jiang Chen is like a human-shaped weapon. He's too scary. Yeah, I don't want to face this fellow. He's too ferocious. Looks like 100 Qi Huayu isn't a match for Jiang Chen. He's too terrifying. Everyone feared Jiang Chen like a tiger, because the methods he displayed were simply too shocking. Each of his punches was comparable to the mountain and river Great Seal. Tsunamis surged forth, and his attacks were like tigers, causing people to feel dread. Jiang Chen's punches shook people's hearts, landing on 100 Qi Huayu's saber. 100 Qi Huayu's entire body trembled, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger cracked. His entire being was forced back by Jiang Chen's unparalleled tyrannical aura. It was an indescribable tyrannical aura. 3,000 flame heavenly imprint. True dragon palm. Each of Jiang Chen's attacks was ruthless, forcing 100 Qi Huayu to be unable to face Jiang Chen head-on. He could only passively defend, retreating in order to advance. Exquisite indestructible blade. The 100 feet rain saber light slashed out, cutting through the thistles and thorns as it swept out, colliding with Jiang Chen. However, he was pushed back by Jiang Chen's seal. He staggered and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he had a weapon to support him, otherwise, he would have lost even more miserably. The saber light shattered and shattered. There was no room for Jiang Chen to retaliate at all. After using the dragon transformation, He had unleashed his strongest battle prowess. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to defeat the 100-feet rain. Trash, it will always be trash. Jiang Chen coldly looked at 100 Qi Huayu. 100 Qi Huayu's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth. At this time, he could no longer contend against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, the petrified sect will definitely not let you off. 100 Qi Huayu said in a deep voice. At this moment, his face no longer had the arrogance from before, nor did he have the domineering aura from before. He only wanted to live. Living was more important than anything else. In the past, he was the true pride of the petrified sect. However, he did not expect that he would be in such a difficult situation at this moment. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. All of this was due to the despicable Jiang Chen. His past glory had all turned into a bubble. The monstrous genius of the petrified sect had also become a laughingstock. Oh, is that so? Do you think that I will put the petrified sect in my eyes? Jiang Chen said with a smile. The coldness in his eyes did not weaken in the slightest. 100 Qi Huayu's breathing stagnated. His face turned gloomy. Then, he turned to look at Tantai Jingzong. Right now, Tantai Jingzong was his only hope. Tantai, on account of our many years of friendship, save me. You can't just watch as Jiang Chen kills me. How are you going to explain this to the petrified sect? 100 Qi Huayu was extremely emotional, but Jiang Chen was walking towards him step by step. The threat of death was also approaching step by step. 100 Qi Huayu's inner struggle had already reached the most dangerous moment. Jiang Chen would really kill him. Tantai Jingzong was still a little soft-hearted. After all, they were from the same sect, and their friendship was hard to break. If he were to watch as Jiang Chen killed 100 Qi Huayu, then he would not be able to explain this to the petrified sect. Jiang Chen, on account of me, spare his life, right? Has he ever spared my life because of you? Ha ha ha, I have never been lenient to my enemies. Jiang Chen said indifferently. This sentence also made Tantai Jingzong understand that he had nothing to say. Yes, when had 100 Qi Huayu ever spared Jiang Chen's life because of him? If 100 Qi Huayu hadn't forced Jiang Chen into a bottomless abyss back then, Jiang Chen wouldn't have hated 100 Qi Huayu so much. Life and death, gratitude and grudges, everything is determined by fate. Your death today is directly proportional to the sins you have committed. You don't have to feel wronged. Even without me, you would still have died here. Because this is your destiny. Jiang Chen said coldly. His eyes grew even colder as he took a step forward and approached 100 Qi Huayu. 100 Qi Huayu's expression turned ugly as he roared. I'll fight it out with you. 100 Qi Huayu wanted to perish together with Jiang Chen, but how could Jiang Chen give him such a chance? The saber gave Jiang Chen a lot of pressure. This was 100 Qi Huayu's strongest attack, but Jiang Chen's method was even more terrifying. The azure lotus star flame in his hand turned into a stream of light and entered 100 Qi Huayu's body. 100 Qi Huayu still wanted to charge forward, but in the next second, his body actually started burning. Everyone's expression changed. What kind of method had Jiang Chen used? It was simply too shocking. Oh, save me, Tantai, save me, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm a disciple of the petrified school. I'm the heavens of the petrified school. 100 Qi Huayu directly turned into ashes under the azure lotus star flame. The moment the flames burned, he knelt down and eventually turned into ashes. Everyone couldn't help sighing. This guy was purely reaping what he sowed. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't have wanted to kill him. Bailey Zhongyang and Jia Quanshan glanced at each other. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so strong. He killed 100 Qi Huayu just like that. In this way, Jiang Chen became one of the strongest existences among them. At least for now, it seemed that no one could contend against him in a one-on-one fight. At least, Jia Quanshan and Bailey Zhongyang didn't dare to try. The three tigers of the Huang clan were inseparable, and they definitely wouldn't fight alone. Tantai Jingzong could not bear to see Jiang Chen kill Yachi Huayu. However, he had already killed Yachi Huayu. He only had himself to blame. Jiang Chen wouldn't be so ruthless if he had no intention of harming Jiang Chen. Tantai Jingzong knew that it was useless for him to say anything because Jiang Chen would never go back on his words. 100 Qi Huayu's death was a huge blow to them. After all, the strength that Jiang Chen had displayed was something that no one dared to easily try. Jiang Chen had killed the chicken to warn the monkey, letting them understand that they weren't easy to bully. It's moving. It's finally moving. The ice sculpture is moving. Chapter 3280. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. All of the ice sculptures were facing him. It was really hateful. It was really hard to guess what was going on. These ice sculptures can actually move, murmured Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong murmured. She knew that she had wronged Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua had seen it, but she hadn't. Retreat quickly. These ice sculptures are very strong. They've even reached the Divine Emperor realm. Huang Baidang dismissed his two brothers and quickly retreated. However, the ice guards did not charge at the three of them. Even Yuan Hua and Beili Zhongyang managed to avoid a disaster because the ice guards seemed to have a purpose. 3 of the ice sculptures charged at Jiang Chen, while the other 2 charged at Tantai Jingzong and Jiahe Quanshan. None of the 5 ice sculptures charged at the 3 brothers. At this moment, everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. How can this be? Jiang Chen frowned. He was puzzled. However, the 3 ice sculptures blocked him at the entrance. It was the power of 3 divine emperors. Jiang Chen could not fight back at all. These ice sculptures were completely different from the ones at the entrance. These 5 ice sculptures were extraordinarily strong. I know. They must be the great sovereign divine weapons that we obtained earlier. Jiang Chen yelled. He had already obtained 3 of the great sovereign divine weapons, while Jiahe Quanshan and Tantai Jingzong only obtained 1 each. Therefore, each of them had 1 ice sculpture charging at them. On the contrary, the 3 ice sculptures were charging at Jiang Chen. Damn it! Jiahe Quanshan smiled bitterly in his heart. This ice statue was too strong. He did not dare to be careless. He exerted all his strength to stabilize his body. This ice statue wanted to snatch the divine spear in his hand. Its goal was clear. We can't let them obtain the weapons. Otherwise, they'll become even more powerful and will struggle to stop them. Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong and Jiahe Quanshan. If they gave up the divine weapons in their hands now, it would be equivalent to digging their own graves. Once the 5 ice sculpture warriors got their hands on the 5 divine weapons, it would be a horrifying massacre. Jiang Chen's situation was the most dangerous. He was fighting 1 against 3. He had already used all his strength, but he still could not defeat the 3 of them. I'll help you. Yuan Hua roared and charged forward to fight against the 3 ice sculptures with Jiang Chen. However, it was still like a drop in the bucket. There was no guarantee at all. At this moment, the 3 Huang brothers glanced at each other. None of them had the intention to help. Instead, they picked up their treasures. The scene was extremely chaotic. Beili Zhongyang was the same. He did not have the intention to help Jiang Chen. Instead, he only cared about the treasures in front of him. Jiang Chen didn't panic at all. Although those treasures were very tempting to him, without absolute safety, they could be the talisman that could change their life and death. These 3 fellows in front of Jiang Chen were the most terrifying ones. The combat strength of these 3 ice sculptures didn't seem like puppets at all. In their eyes, Jiang Chen could see an unyielding will. It was an unyielding will, as if they were trying to protect something. Yuan Hua's help was out of Jiang Chen's expectation. This bastard was quite generous. He didn't even think of running away. Although he was captured by Jiang Chen, he was willing to do so. After all, he wanted to know what kind of place this ice palace was. Jiang Chen was surprised. Thank you, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Although Yuan Hua was in a difficult situation and did not help him much, Jiang Chen would always remember this favor. The most hateful one was this smelly old Taoist Wu Da. Even Jiang Chen did not know when this fella disappeared. He could not even see his shadow now. At the critical moment, this fella would definitely run away. Jiang Chen did not know where he got his sharp sense of smell from. I also want to go out and have a look. I want to see what color the sky is and smell the ground. Yuan Hua said with a serious face. Jiang Chen glanced at Yuan Hua. His belief was just that simple. Even though he was a half-step divine emperor, he could not see the sky outside. He had been trapped here for thousands of years. He was born here and he did not even have the slightest right to choose. Jiang Chen looked at Yuan Hua. I will definitely bring you out, Jiang Chen said solemnly. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. The 3 ice warriors became fiercer. However, Jiang Chen managed to resist the pressure even though he was in a difficult situation. Tantai Jingzong and Jia Quanshan were not so lucky. Both of them were almost completely suppressed by the ice warriors. At this time, Jiang Chen was also helpless. Yuan Hua had helped Jiang Chen become an ice statue warrior. In any case, Jiang Chen could finally relax a little. However, the ferocity of the ice statue warrior was still as strong as before. Plus, their target was the 5 great sovereign divine weapons that they had obtained in the main hall. Once they obtained those weapons, their strength would probably rise to a whole new level. At this moment, Jia Quanshan still couldn't withstand the ice statue warrior's attack, and the spear in his hand was snatched away by the ice statue warrior. At this moment, a terrifying scene had occurred. Jiang Chen watched as the ice warrior sent Jia Quanshan flying with 3 spear strikes. Jia Quanshan did not even have the strength to fight back. Jia Quanshan found it hard to believe that the ice warrior's strength was terrifying. The terrifying spear technique followed like a shadow. Jia Quanshan was severely injured in less than 10 moves. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. It didn't matter if Jia Quanshan died, but after the ice sculpture warrior obtained the divine spear, their situation would become more and more dangerous. Because the ice sculpture warrior would be in a completely different state when it didn't have a divine weapon and when it had one. Tantai Jingzong was also in a difficult situation. He might be defeated by the ice warrior at any time. Even the mace in his hand was in a precarious situation. You step back first. Leave it to me. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This fellow was really not easy to deal with. However, he would rather die than to let this ice sculpture warrior get the divine weapon. Currently, it was getting more and more difficult for them. But the 3 Huang brothers and Bailey Zhongyang were still busy collecting the treasures. Can you do it? Tantai Jingzong asked worriedly. I have to do it even if I can't. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. He glanced at Tantai Jingzong and forced a smile on his face. Although the 3 Divine Emperor Realm experts were not real Divine Emperor Realm experts, the terrifying oppressive aura still put him in a worrying situation and put him in deep danger. Chapter 3281. Jiang Chen knew that he had to take on the attack of the ice sculpture guards. Huang Baidang, Bailey Zhongyang, and Huang Baidang didn't care about them at all because the 5 divine weapons had nothing to do with them. Even if it was Jiang Chen wouldn't poke his nose into other people's business. Wouldn't it be perfect if he just stood aside and harvested the treasures? However, now that Jiang Chen had become the first to bear the brunt of the ice sculpture guards, he had to take the lead in this battle, because the 5 divine weapons and treasures were extraordinary. Jiang Chen knew that these items must be the most precious treasures of the 5 great sovereigns. Otherwise, the 5 ice sculpture guards wouldn't ignore anyone who tried to steal the treasures. They only had one goal, and that was to snatch the divine weapons and treasures from Jiang Chen's hands. Whoever had the divine weapons and treasures would become their target. Jiang Chen was fighting against 4 at the same time. At this moment, it was already extremely difficult for him. However, the limitless sword allowed him to move in and out with ease. Even when he was being attacked by the 4 ice sculpture guards, he was still able to resist all the pressure. However, even though Jiang Chen was strong enough, it was a pity that his teammates were like pigs. Moreover, they were more of a hindrance than a help. Under the attack of the ice statue, Kaga Quanshan was instantly defeated. The shadow of the spear pierced through the void. He had no way to evade it. The divine spear in his hand had already been taken away. The ice statue seemed to have the help of a god. Its momentum was unstoppable. Kaga Quanshan had no strength to fight back. Radiance of charm of water. Bloom. Jia Quanshan struck out with his palm. Streaks of melodious water sword chi descended from the sky with an imposing aura. However, under the spear of the ice statue, it seemed to have no power to resist at all. The streaks of melodious water sword chi were pierced by the spear, shattering the ice flowers. Jia Quanshan was seriously injured by the ice statue. Ice flowers and blood interweaved, resplendent and tragic. Damn it. In the end, it still won against 5. Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. There was nothing he could do about it. However, the most terrifying one was the ice statue guard with the divine spear. If the other 4 were ordinary divine emperor experts, then the ice statue guard with the cold spear was almost at the mid-divine emperor realm. Although it didn't have its own consciousness, its terrifying techniques had already been integrated into its body. Each of its moves was natural. As long as Jiang Chen could obtain their divine weapons and treasures, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. This Jia Quanshan was too useless. He was defeated so quickly. However, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. If he hesitated, he would only become a stepping stone for others. Especially when these ice sculptures were entangled with him, he could only fight with his life on the lines. Tantai Jingzong's expression was solemn. She had been supporting Jiang Chen from the beginning. Yuan Hua was not to be outdone. Although his strength was limited, he was still able to block the ice sculptures and solve the problem for Jiang Chen. At this moment, he didn't run away. This was enough to prove his character. The most unreliable one was that bastard Wu Da. No one knew where that bastard had gone. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat again and again. Tantai Jingzong and Yuan Hua weren't any better. Their paths were blocked, and they were even forced out of the hall. The situation was extremely dangerous. Huang Baidang threw a glance at Jiang Chen and the others who were running away in a panic. A sneer could be seen on his face. Later on, it would be the perfect time for them to reap the benefits from their fight. Azure Lotus Starfire, burn for me! Jiang Chen brandished his sword Qi, and the flames rose. The Azure Lotus Starfire burned unceasingly. A terrifying heat wave rushed towards them. The scorching feeling made even Tantai Jingzong and Yuan Hua feel uncomfortable. They didn't dare to face it head-on. Other than the ice sculpture with the long spear, the other 4 ice sculptures were all struggling to resist. Jiang Chen's Azure Lotus Starfire had caused them great pressure, but the spear guard didn't show any mercy. He fought back and forth with Jiang Chen. It was very enjoyable. Moreover, the longer they fought, the more shocked they became. Jiang Chen didn't expect that this guy could actually raise his strength to this level. He had the attitude of having a divine spear in his hand. Dragon Rider Celestial Guards, kill for me. These guys had completely aroused the anger in Jiang Chen's heart. As soon as the Dragon Rider Celestial Guards made their move, they instantly blocked the ice sculpture's momentum and blocked its path. However, even with 7 Dragon Rider Celestial Guards, it was still quite difficult to repel this warrior with a long spear. It wasn't easy for them to hold him back for a while. Cold River Stone, suppress for me. Jiang Chen held the Cold River Stone in one hand and the Azure Lotus Starfire in the other. He attacked the ice sculpture from both sides. Finally, the ice sculpture began to melt and was gradually suppressed by Jiang Chen. Kill, kill without mercy. Kill. The ice sculpture holding the long spear was still murmuring. It seemed to be filled with unwillingness, but Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. In order to kill this guy, he used all his means. The ice sculpture's body gradually melted, turning into a pool of ice water. Only the long spear was left. Jiang Chen held the long spear tightly. His eyes were incomparably sharp. Those guys, I will never let them go. The remaining 4 ice statue guards were melted by Jiang Chen's Azure Lotus Starfire and melted into icy water, dispersing into the air. Jiang Chen finally let out a long breath. In the end, the 5 ice sculptures were defeated by him. This mace should also belong to you. Tantai Jingzong held the mace in her hand and directly threw it at Jiang Chen. Even Jiang Chen didn't know what she was thinking. Did she not like the design of the mace? Or did she think that the mace should belong to him? After all, he was the one who defeated the 5 ice sculptures, and each ice sculpture corresponded to a divine weapon. However, this mace was a primal origin treasure after all. Tantai Jingzong was willing to part with it, which made Jiang Chen a little surprised. He even looked at her in a new light. Jiang Chen held the mace tightly and looked at Tantai Jingzong with a smile. No one knew what he was thinking. It seems that I should thank you. Jiang Chen already had 5 divine weapons in his hands. However, at this moment, he felt that he would get into trouble because of his wealth. It was going to happen. Brat, so many divine weapons and treasures. Can you swallow them all? Huang Chenglong said with a smile. He stopped what he was doing. At this moment, the 3 of them were extremely envious of the divine weapons in Jiang Chen's hands. From your tone, I can't swallow them. Could it be that you still want to help me? Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. How could he not know the intentions of these guys? We won't force the 3 of us and Brother Chong Yang. A chaotic origin treasure will be enough for each of us. What do you think? Huang Baidang put on a righteous look and said lightly, Ha ha ha, this is truly a good plan. To be able to display shamelessness to the extreme, The few of you can be considered to have made quite an achievement. In the end, I, Jiang Chen, am still far behind him. Jiang Chen said with a sneer. These people actually wanted to give each of them a primordial essence treasure. They were simply daydreaming, indulging in the wildest fantasies. So you're not willing? Little fellow, don't blame me for not warning you. If our big brother makes a move, you won't be far from death. Huang Chenglong said proudly. It's not too late for you to kowtow and admit your mistakes and offer up your divine weapons and treasures. How many shameless drugs are there in the world? All of them have been eaten by you brothers. I've finally seen it today. However, I, Jiang Chen, specialize in treating all kinds of shamelessness. Chapter 3282. Looks like you won't give up until you see your coffin. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen. Do you really think you can dominate the world all by yourself? So what if you have the assistance of the fossil sect? My revival sect will never give you any chance. Since you don't want to hand over the treasure artifact, I can only send you to paradise, Huang Baidang said indifferently. Huang Baidang said faintly. Since Jiang Chen was acting recklessly, there was no need for them to continue talking nonsense with him. You two brothers are geniuses for being shameless to the limit. If you want the treasure artifact in my hands, you'll have to get past me first, Jiang Chen said sternly. His eyes shone like torches. His gaze was filled with a sense of unflinching death. He did not fear Huang Baidang at all. All right, then let's see who's stronger. Second brother, third brother, brother Chong Yang, kill Jiang Chen first. It's not too late to collect the treasures afterwards. Huang Baidang's cold voice seemed to announce Jiang Chen's death sentence. In his eyes, no one dared to oppose the revival sect. Jiang Chen was basically looking to die. He was only a peak hierarch. What did he have to fight so many of them? Those so-called ice sculpture guards were merely mediocre people. They could not even enter the limelight at all. Be careful. Tantai Jingzong cried out. There were actually 5 ice sculpture guards behind Jiang Chen, and they all struck out. Jiang Chen gasped at this sight. The 5 ice sculpture guards were actually still alive? In other words, were they unkillable? They had been completely melted by his azure lotus starfire, so how could they still stand up? This was simply unimaginable. Right now, Jiang Chen was basically surrounded by enemies. In front of him was Huang Baidang, and behind him was the 5 ice sculpture guards. He was immediately caught between a rock and a hard place. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, retreating in order to advance. However, the 2 groups of people disregarded everything and rushed towards him. At this moment, he had 5 divine treasures in his hands, and was being targeted by Huang Baidang's group. It was extremely difficult for him to move forward. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. Let's see how you are going to contend against me now. Looks like this ice sculpture guard is not as simple as you think it is. Huang Baidang said with a laugh. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. The 4 of them were half-step divine emperors and the 5 ice sculpture guards. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill Jiang Chen. It's too early to be happy now, Jiang Chen said coldly. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and stood up to fight again. Under the dragon transformation, his roar was like a mountain and his sword was like a raging wave. Huang Chenglong was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and he was pushed back by Jiang Chen's sword. The terrifying power almost caused Huang Chenglong to be defeated in one move. His qi and blood were boiling. Jiang Chen's sword was like a flying immortal from the heavens and it completely shocked him. Big brother, this guy is very strong. Be careful. Huang Chenglong gasped. He initially thought that Jiang Chen was just a peak hierarch. Even if he had some ability, it would be limited. However, it seemed like this guy's combat strength was quite extraordinary. Huang Chenglong felt that he was not a match for him after just one sword. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He was not at a disadvantage even when fighting against 10 people alone. This time, he was completely enraged. Whether it was the Renaissance sect or these ice sculpture guards, Jiang Chen wanted to kill all of them. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen's strength continued to increase. The current him was not weaker than anyone. Huang Baidang was in the front and wanted to kill Jiang Chen, but he did not have the chance to do so. Jiang Chen's strength had really shocked them. Under the siege of 9 people, he still did not reveal his true strength. Each of his moves was ruthless and he forced all the strong enemies to retreat. Jiang Chen's dreadfulness had made Huang Baidang and the others realize what true terror was. Huang Baidang and the others couldn't compete with Jiang Chen at all. If it wasn't for the ice statue guards helping them to bear half of Jiang Chen's strength, they wouldn't have been able to remain undefeated. Jiang Chen's aura was like a peerless emperor from the 9 heavens. It was unstoppable. The limitless sword shocked the heavens. No one could withstand its sharpness. Huang Chenglong and Bailey Zhongyang were heavily injured by Jiang Chen and were on the verge of death. At this moment, they finally felt Jiang Chen's dreadfulness. But at this moment, there was no way for them to back down. Jiang Chen would never give them a chance to back out of the battle. "Motherfucker, let's fight," Huang Baidang said while gritting his teeth. He could only fight with his life in this battle. He had no other choice. Yellow Dragon Sword Skill, Lone Wind Oriole rises. Sword leads the heavens to crack. Huang Baidang turned into a long sword and roared. The sword's shadow was buzzing, tearing the heavens apart and pressing down on Jiang Chen. His aura shook the heavens and earth. 15th Sword. Jiang Chen roared furiously. He drew out his sword and swung it. The terrifying peerless sword shadow was completely torn apart by Jiang Chen. Huang Baidang's facial expression changed drastically. His body trembled and he was sent flying backwards. Jiang Chen was furious. The sword shadow was broken and he was heavily injured. Blood spurted out. Jiang Chen's aura was like a rainbow. He took advantage of the situation and chased after them. The Ling Tian sword will sealed the void. Thunder rumbled and the heavens and earth changed color. Jiang Chen was unstoppable and killed 3 people from the resurgent sect. The 3 Huang brothers were also completely annihilated at this moment. They could not believe that they were killed by Jiang Chen so mercilessly. It was too shocking. Bailey Zhongyang was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he couldn't believe that the 3 Huang brothers were killed by Jiang Chen just like that. It happened in a split second. He didn't even have time to react. How crazy and shocking was that? He couldn't believe it. Just like that. They're all dead? Bailey Zhongyang sucked in a breath of cold air. He wanted to retreat, but he found out that he had been locked by Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang Chen, let's talk it out. I didn't mean to harm you. You can't kill me," Bailey Zhongyang said with a bitter smile. But how could Jiang Chen listen to his side of the story? Since Jiang Chen had decided to stand on the same side with the Huang brothers to deal with him, there was no room for negotiation. "Don't you think it's a bit too late to say this now?" Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. He didn't plan to let any of them go. These guys were all fence-sitters who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If he wasn't strong enough, he might have been killed by them by now. "The 3 Huang brothers are still waiting for you. How can you live alone?" The smile on Jiang Chen's face became colder. He took a step forward and the sword shadow blurred. Blood splattered and souls were destroyed. Bailey Zhongyang clutched his throat tightly, but his eyes gradually lost their luster. Jiang Chen's power was completely displayed at this moment. No one could resist him. Chapter 3283. As Jiang Chen turned around abruptly, the 5 ice sculpture guards had also arrived. These fellows were extremely annoying and could not be killed. Even Jiang Chen had no idea how to completely wipe them out. Jiang Chen frowned and retreated again and again. He did not have the time to fight against these ice sculpture puppets. The 7 Dragon Rider Celestial Guards appeared and blocked the path of the 5 ice sculpture guards. For a moment, they were in a deadlock. Jiang Chen no longer had the mood to care about these ice sculpture guards. "Pa, pa, pa. Marvelous. This is too marvelous. Jiang brother, you're truly domineering. Truly admirable." A voice of praise rang out. Jiang Chen frowned and realized that Wu De had just popped his head out from the pile of treasures and said with a surprised look on his face, "You coward. I thought you were dead." Jiang Chen said with a cold expression. At the crucial moment, this fellow had disappeared without a trace. Now that he had come out, Jiang Chen was naturally furious. I'm a virtuous man. Heaven helps me. Although this place is strange, it can't trap me," Wu De said with a chuckle. Jiang Chen should have known that this fellow had burrowed into the pile of treasures. At this moment, the scene of him climbing out from the pile of treasures looked extremely comical. "You're quite confident," Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. "Jiang brother, don't be impatient. I only found a place to hide because I didn't want to be a burden to you. Otherwise, you'll have to worry about my safety while fighting. You'll definitely be distracted. Wuda said with a straight face. You're quite narcissistic. You're so useless and useless. Why should I save you? Jiang Chen said straightforwardly. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang brother, you can't say that. You should know that I'm the one who broke through the stone array and helped you guys escape from danger. Time is like a grain of sand. Even a grain of sand has its use. My use isn't limited to that. Who broke through that formation? Don't you have any idea? Jiang Chen asked. Wuda's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. On one hand he felt guilty. On the other hand, he was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. In other words, he was the one who broke the stone array? Brother Jiang is really a godly person. This poor Taoist really admires you. This old Taoist's admiration for you is like an endless torrential river, like the overflowing Yellow River, which can't be stopped once it starts. You are simply a dragon among men, a rare talent in the world. Wuda kept on praising Jiang Chen, his face full of solemnity. All right, if you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Otherwise, I would have thought that you would be a coward for the rest of your life. Jiang Chen glared at Wuda. This guy ran away the moment he encountered danger. This was something that even Jiang Chen couldn't catch up to. Moreover, Wuda was still able to talk in such a dignified manner. His shamelessness had been cultivated to such an extent. It was truly shocking. Brother Jiang Chen, under the treasures, there are 5 grooves. Can you guess what they are? Wuda said with a smile. Could it be that there are other mysteries under the treasures? Jiang Chen frowned and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you acting like an official? Yuan Hua curled his lips and said. He didn't like this smelly old Taoist who ran away in the face of danger. It was already very fortunate that Jiang Chen didn't kill him. What's the hurry? Haste makes waste. Hee. I think you should have guessed it, right, Brother Jiang? After Wuda finished speaking, Jiang Chen also frowned. He already had his own guess. However, whether it was true or not, he didn't know. Those 5 divine weapons and treasures? Are they the keys to open the grooves? Jiang Chen looked at Wuda with a puzzled expression. Not bad. Brother Jiang is really knowledgeable and talented. Possessing both wisdom and courage is rare in this world. Wuda boasted about Jiang Chen again. Moreover, his face was filled with admiration, causing Jiang Chen to feel a little uneasy. This guy was really a clown. These 5 great emperors are really scheming. Who would have thought that with the treasures, they would be able to defeat the great emperors? I didn't expect that under the treasures, there would be other mysteries. Yuan Hua said with incomparable astonishment. Let's move the treasures away first. Jiang Chen and the others began to move the treasures away. As expected, it was just as Wuda had said. Under the treasures, there was actually a door. There were 5 grooves on the door. They were the 5 divine weapons in Jiang Chen's hands. Saber, spear, staff, halberd. Jiang Chen held the 5 divine weapons in his hands. With a wave of his hand, the 5 divine weapons fell into the grooves. The blue stone door that had been sealed for God knows how many years slowly opened. Dust flew everywhere. What appeared was a pitch-black staircase. Below the staircase was a deep and bottomless cave, emitting a cold and oppressive aura. Looks like this is the real divine palace, right? Yuan Hua murmured. In front of the door, there were 4 incomparably huge words. The words were written with strong strokes and silver hooks. Sea Ice Palace. Looks like we finally found the real treasure of this underwater divine palace. Wuda's eyes lit up. Although those treasures were incomparably precious, he didn't seem to care about them at all. Tantai Jingzong silently looked at the entrance of the Sea Ice Palace. His expression was incomparably solemn. At this moment, there were only 4 of them left. Entering the Sea Ice Palace was even more relaxed. Let's go down and take a look first. This Sea Ice Palace is really quite secretive. Jiang Chen said. Of course. If it wasn't for my underground scouting method, I'm afraid you guys wouldn't be able to find the location of the Sea Ice Palace in such a short period of time. You might even have overlooked it. Wuda said proudly. He glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. This fella only knows how to flatter himself. The 4 of them entered the Sea Ice Palace. The path under their feet became colder and colder. They walked down the stairs for a full 100 meters before they finally entered the sea ice palace. Jiang Chen moved his palm. Green light flickered and flames rose. The entire sea ice palace appeared in front of them. It was an ancient hall with a radius of 100 zhang. However, there was a bronze coffin in the middle of the hall. In front of the coffin, there was a stone tablet. Heavenly tomb. What does this mean? A heavenly tomb? Yuan Hua murmured. He was extremely puzzled. Behind the stone tablet, the bronze coffin was what shocked them the most. In front of the bronze coffin, there were 5 experts holding sabers, spears, rods, and halberds. They were kneeling on one knee. They seemed to be the most loyal guards guarding the bronze coffin. The 5 great emperors. Could this be the tomb of the 5 great emperors? In the bronze coffin should be the 5 great emperors. Chapter 3284. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and saw a figure standing at the end of the hall. The figure was full of power, unparalleled majesty and dominance. Jiang Chen involuntarily walked towards the figure. Even Wu Da and the others were shocked. When Jiang Chen stood more than 10 zhang away from the figure, he suddenly realized that it was just a statue. However, this statue gave Jiang Chen an extremely oppressive feeling. The back view of the statue was extremely similar to the mysterious man in the ice. However, Jiang Chen was sure that this person was not the same person as the man in the ice. Moreover, the man in the ice had disappeared a long time ago. This statue made Jiang Chen feel that the ice palace of Xueqi was not as simple as it looked. The 5 great sovereigns, even if they were the last great sovereigns of the divine world, it was impossible for them to have such a powerful technique. This underwater divine tomb, in the ice palace of the divine sea. Just by looking at this statue, Jiang Chen was sure that the master of this underwater divine tomb was not an ordinary person, and it was impossible for them to be the 5 great sovereigns. Even the 5 great emperors were not so terrifying. The statue's face couldn't be seen clearly. No matter which angle Jiang Chen looked at it from, he could only see the back of the statue. However, the chi of the back of the statue was very similar to that of the frozen man. Jiang Chen had no idea what kind of connection they had, but at this moment, he felt the greatest pressure he had ever felt in his life. Smelly old Taoist, this is not the temporary imperial residence of the 5 great emperors, right? Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and met Wu Da's eyes. Both of their eyes were filled with extreme determination. Wu Da smiled bitterly and shook his head, but then he nodded his head. You found out. This is indeed not the temporary imperial residence of the 5 great emperors. Because the 5 great emperors are not qualified to build their temporary imperial residence in the Xueqi Sea. Wu Da's words made Tantai Jingzong and Yuan Hua confused. Even Jiang Chen was no exception. Although he knew that this should not be the temporary imperial residence of the 5 great emperors, he did not know what kind of place it was. This place was still mysterious to Jiang Chen. Then what is this place? Tantai Jingzong also looked at Wu Da with a blank face. Would you believe me if I said that I don't know? Wu Da looked at Jiang Chen and said, I believe you. Jiang Chen nodded. I only know that this is the place of an extremely terrifying almighty. The heavenly tomb should be the place of an extremely terrifying almighty. The 5 great emperors, in fact, should be 5 people. The 5 emperor realm experts guarding this mysterious almighty are divided into 5 directions: north, south, east, west, and center. To be able to make emperor realm experts guard the tomb, it's not something an ordinary person could do. Wu Da continued with a solemn expression. Now that they had finally entered the ice palace of the Xueqi Sea, he had nothing to hide anymore. This was also the problem that he discovered after walking in step by step. From the beginning, I only had my suspicions. However, when I saw these 5 terrifying guards standing before the bronze coffin, I was able to confirm my suspicions. Jiang Chen glanced at Wu Da. This fellow was indeed hiding his strength. He felt that Wu Da was not simple from the beginning. Now it seemed that he was right. However, who was the mysterious almighty in the bronze coffin? Looks like it's not easy for us to reach this step, Yuan Hua said with a sigh. The 5 great emperors were just small soldiers. The true master of the ice palace of the Xueqi Sea was the ultimate almighty. However, until now, no one knew the identity of this mysterious almighty. Jiang Chen stared at the bronze coffin silently. Everything that they wanted to know would be verified in the bronze coffin. However, at this moment, The pressure in the ice palace of the Xueqi made Jiang Chen feel that it was hard to breathe. This was definitely not a good place. I don't know who the tomb of the ice palace of the Xueqi is. So, the only way now is to open the coffin. Only by opening the bronze coffin, we can find out which unparalleled almighty it is. Wu De said in a deep voice as he withdrew his mischievous smile. Opening the coffin, especially the coffin of an ancient almighty, was definitely not an easy task. Even though they had already reached this step, they could not be certain that the next step would be safe and sound. If we open the coffin, perhaps there will be danger. Jiang Chen thought for a long time and said in a low voice. At this moment, even Wu De looked at Jiang Chen. Whether to open the coffin or not, it all depended on him. Whether it was Tantai Jingzong, Wu De or Yuan Hua, they all looked at him. Along the way, Jiang Chen had overcome many obstacles and killed many enemies. He was the most qualified person to say this. Whether to open the coffin or not, it all depended on him. This time, Wu De did not act recklessly. He stood quietly beside Jiang Chen. He was no longer laughing or cursing like before. He was completely like an otherworldly master. His Taoist robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He was full of vigor. Open it or not? Wu De asked in an incomparably solemn manner. No one knew what would happen after the coffin was opened. It was also unknown if that unparalleled expert, who had died tens of thousands of years ago, still had any tricks up his sleeves. Hence, the danger within the sea ice palace could descend at any time. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at the back of the majestic figure. He still decided to open the coffin. After all, they could not come here for nothing. Since things had come to this, they had no way out. If they were afraid of the wolves in front of them and the tigers behind them, could they still be called cultivators? The reason why the almighties from generation to generation could step into the almighty emperor realm was because they had an indomitable spirit and faith. The strong were always fearless. Jiang Chen knew that he had no way out. He had to open the coffin. Even he was not sure what kind of danger he would face. At the very least, the pressure brought by the ice palace of the sea was hard to resist. Jiang Chen was ready. Perhaps the real outcome of this battle would be revealed at this moment. The heart of the strong was fearless. Jiang Chen cultivated the way of reaching the heavens. There was no fear. They only had one choice, and that was to move forward and be the hero. Open the coffin. Jiang Chen nodded silently. If it was a blessing, it would not be a curse. If it was a curse, it could not be avoided. At this moment, he had no other choice. This step was imminent. No matter how terrifying the person in the bronze coffin was, he had to take a look. Perhaps to them, this was a great fortune. No one knew whether it was a good or bad thing. Life and death were separated by a single thought. No one knew whether it was good or bad. All right. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.